They're not easy to deal with. Don't miss out on this summer showdown. We might need a janitor to come clear up the battleground. Hold on, an old friend from Winter has come to join our party too. How epic! Start creating with these new objects. The creator page now has a co-creation wallet feature, which displays your detailed creation earnings. Stay tuned.
The highly anticipated addition to the Mummy series outfits is here. Paired with the new Ice Tomb Glider, the Polar Spectrophage set is just what you need to freeze your enemies. Or send them ablaze with the Inferno Fiend set's new upgradable Chain Inferno Uzi. All the Mummy outfits are back. Get them all. Join now and collect the whole series to turn all eyes on the battleground. Event period, July 10th, 2025 through September 2nd, 2025.
Cybertron's future is near. Autobots, roll out! This planet reeks of weakness. Your courage reignites my spark. We'll crowd a new load of Cybertron. Roll for freedom. A victory for all sentient beings.
Come check out WoW version 3.9 during this blistering summer. But watch out so you don't get blasted by ink. The new Ink Blaster fires ink in multiple different colors. Like other firearms, it deals damage, but it also splatters anything it hits with ink. Look at how much fun they're having. Look, seems like the pool party's got some fierce-looking guests. The Smog Zombie and Spitter Zombie have been added to WoW. They're not easy to deal with. Don't miss out on this summer showdown. We might need a janitor to come clear up the battleground.
Guys, welcome back to PUBG Mobile's Training Grounds Season 2. This is day number 2 of the finals. And tonight with you, actually today with you, will be me, Annie, as your caster, and Torx is with me. Torx, how are you?
Thank you so much, Annie, for the wonderful welcome. And yes, it has been a hot minute. We saw the 6 matches yesterday, and the day number 2 is going to commence, is going to start from now onward. We are here. That means the ID pass, the room is definitely being made, and everybody should be joining in. And we might see our first plane even in a short while. But yes, aside from that, it has been a great journey so far. The day number 1 went amazingly. But day number 2, where we did talk about yesterday that, okay, today is going to be the day where everyone's going to go on the destructive mode. Everyone's going to try to bring down the other team or with them, or try to take their position for themselves, because it's the fight right now for the glory, the number 1 placement, the number 1 crown champion of the PUBG Mobile Training Ground, Nepal Pro 2. You have to get that champion for yourself. But aside from that, Rondo, is it going to be the 3rd one or the 1st one this time? This is the big question.
Yeah, absolutely. Because if it was the 3rd one, it's going to be followed by Sanhok, which is like 2 unpredictable maps in a row. But of course, this is the team's preview. We've seen these wonderful teams yesterday, and they've all come from a diverse selection of countries. So this is quite amazing. You can go ahead and read some of these. But notably, some of the teams that really stood out yesterday is something along the lines of BTR. BIGETRON's Vitality, sometimes HORAA Esports, EARENA as well. And this is the proper point system. Okay,
Perfect.
This table, it finally makes sense. That's first for 10 points. Second rank gets 6 points. Third with 5 points. Fourth with 4 points. Fifth with 3 points. Sixth with 2 points. 7 and 8 get 1. And the rest, none. Each elimination costs 1 point.
Yep, that is the point system, man. You're only gonna get 1 elimination point if you're anywhere from 9 to 8 onward per each elimination that you're gonna have. The placement, you're not gonna have any, but ladies and gentlemen, it is the first match. That's gonna be the Rondo. Then we have Miramar. Then we have Erangel, Sanhok, Miramar, Erangel. Finally, we're moving to a surprising map, Miramar, Erangel. Again, and a surprising map, a bonus map, Miramar, Erangel. These 2 sets of Miramar, Erangel back to back, and in between of them, starting with the unexpected maps, the map of the clashes, the map of the fights early on, Sanhok and Rondo, it will be. And Annie, I'm going to be so excited for today's Rondo, because the teams had a performance yesterday. That was a one of a performance. But we're not going to see the same today. Anyone who gets eliminated today onward is not going to be able to come back into the game to take those actions against for themselves. But Rondo is one of the map where the players, the number were getting down super early. We did see that. We did see a lot of early fights actually engaging in all of that proximity. The only difference was that, okay, they were still a little bit of hope, even if the one typing or not. But what do you think, Annie, today? How much of a time do you think Rondo will go on for? In about time, we see top 3, top 2.
Yeah, because yesterday it went beyond 20 minutes, and that was because they were allowed to recall. But maybe right now, maybe since it's quite an unpredictable map, and there were a lot of people that died within maybe the 15-minute mark. Maybe just shy of 20. Definitely faster than yesterday. And you know what? yesterday's Rondo was actually something that really turned things around for BTR. They got a lot of points, but I think right now Rondo is just gonna be the wild card basically for everyone. That goes the same with Sanhok as well.
Yeah.
So lots of surprises, and it's gonna be the first map tonight. So you know what? We're gonna be looking forward to that.
We are definitely going to look forward to that because it's going to be the initial map for the day number 2, the match number 1. But so far, it's just the wait for the match to like actually begin and start. In fact, at this point, because not only depend on that, some of the momentum that the teams even needs to generate, make it for themselves. It depended on this. Yesterday's performance, I can see the overall ranking too on how much of those points were secured yesterday because my memory kind of gets fuzzy sometimes. I do know there's a lot of difference on the number 1 to the number 2 and the number 3 placements, the total number of points. But yes, the bottom line teams, the top 9 to all the way up to the 15, 16 placement, that's where the diversions are really coming up. If we can go up from 80 points all the way down to maybe 30, not even 30, maybe less than 10 points. So be very wary of whatever these teams are going to do at this point, and each and every single one of the match that they're gonna play. Yes, BTR was on the top, if my memory serves me right. That was one team that had two chicken dinners, and after the 2 chicken dinners throughout the games, it was amazing performances for themselves. But ladies and gentlemen, as we are talking about the overall ranking, the match has actually commenced, and we're gonna take you straight into our match number 1 of the day number 2, the Rondo.
Yep, this is it. So finally, the first map for today, our day number 2, will be at Rondo, and that beautiful flight path is just going in around the middle part of the map. So with that, we can see a lot of teams are going to be dropping off. We can see BTR actually dropping off like at the start of that flight path. They're going south alongside, I believe that's like 3 different teams. So this is going to be interesting. Yesterday, we saw that there were a lot of early game engagements because there are a lot of duplicates for the drop-off points. Look at that. There are 3 different clusters of lots of teams. So we're going to expect a lot of, very early game engagements and lots of bloodshed so early on. And just taking a look at that, Jaidena City is full of players. And that goes the same with I'm not sure where this cluster is landing. The ones to the west of Jaidena City, and also there's one in Mayran as well. So we can see on our kill feed, there's already eliminations, especially on the side of BTR. They're losing their players one after the other. DRX actually got 2 eliminations already.
Oh my god! No way! No way. DRX getting some first early frags for themselves. And it's a great start for these guys. So far, going on to the DRS side, they're close to EARENA. There we go. The shotguns are going to come into the way. Joker is going to take down Cyclone. The backfire from Akira YT, not going to make any connections. Once again, Yeta Uta pushing forward, getting some shots on Joker, getting confirmation on its way. YT gets taken down. It will be a confirmation on YT. Yet Auta gets taken down. Example gets eliminated. AEROMACY here gets those elimination, or at least one of the elimination of the DRS. The rest of all 3 goes to EARENA at the cost of one of their own players as well. So it's a 3 versus 3 trade-off that they gave up 1 player. They took down 3 of the elimination. Now they're surviving with the 3-man standing as well. But AEROMACY as a 4-man, they're coming in close. They're going for the fight. Has a Molotov in the hand. He's going to throw it. Not any kind of connection so far. But yes, the aggression, the rush that should have been possible, it has kind of been slowed down.
Yeah, but it's not gonna be slow for long because there's 3 different teams. I believe at least 3 different teams. And right now it's BLUZZ that has the numbers advantage. We can hear some guns coming in. I think EARENA is about to be in trouble. AST pushing inside. Now the bullets are gonna be connecting, but jumping out of that balcony. Eternity is gonna be losing their lives over there. But A1 also, they're a bit in trouble with team Secret. I believe that's another part of the map. Oh, see, there we go. And C2 from the side of EA will be going down as well. I think there's all that's left is 4, 5, 6. Manages to get one. Back and forth within this stairwell, finally getting gunned down. EA gets eliminated off, and now we're down to 14 teams already, and I believe this is going to be 13 sometime soon.
Oh, it definitely will go down to maybe 13 in a short while, but so far, 3 minutes, and 2 teams have been taken out. In fact, 3 teams almost. Okay, 14 teams total surviving. 3 now. There we have it. BLUZZ of a single grenade. Okay. Taking down the absolute destruction of AEROMACY's a player right here. Now, Secret versus HORAA. It is. She's also facing a lot of casualties to their side, as you can see. Those knockouts, those eliminations happening. Say Cloud gonna throw a grenade, but Ozi-san, he's gonna survive. He's still gonna be alive for a tad bit more bit of time. He's pushing on. He's going to the rooftop behind this house, behind this door. In fact, it was a player, but KINOTROPE jumped down to his own demise as he gets eliminated by the hand of YANGON GALACTICOS. Even RG also gets eliminated. It's a back and forth going on. 4 minutes in, and we are already down teams, meaning 5 teams have been completely decimated.
There we go. We have how many teams? 3 different teams that managed to get a squad wipeout. AST, YG, and BLUZZ each having 4 eliminations in the bag already, and we're not even 5 minutes into the game, and we've already seen the knockout of that 5 different teams. So this is fun. This is fun, Torix. This is what we're expecting from Rondo.
I mean, Annie, right now, we're seeing a lot of casualties that did happen, right? And in all of those, there's this singular calm before the storm moment where the teams, they are close to each other, but they're not that close. They are so, like, in the proximity where a single wrong move will instantly mean an yes, and that chain reaction is gonna start everything once again. But there we go, thank you, Jiggle HORAA, getting a knockdown on him. Now Secret having the upper hand against HORAA Esports as one of their players gets taken down. No Fear is in the different vicinity. He's throwing the grenades, the utilities that he can possibly think of to dump up on the team. K from GK side doing a slight bit of damage onto the players, and Jiggle, he's finally gonna bleed. Second guy, whoa, Sleepy gets taken down. No way. That means only 2 players are remaining from HORAA Esports. Now it's No Fear from one direction. You can see him looking at Zeroos, but no shots. He is close to his own team member, Sleepy, so he can definitely go there. But beautiful, ladies and gentlemen. He gets a knockdown, makes a slight bit of change in all of the momentum of the team. The Secret as the second guy, No Fear, does a lot of damage as well. There's also Sky in a different proximity. The survival is being done by Zeroos. Zeroos is finally going to go forward, is finally going to receive the damage from the AUG once again as 12k as well, and it's a 2 versus 2, ladies and gentlemen. 2 versus 2 it is, and now 1 versus 2. Close vicinity. No Fear HORAA, the final whole team, and you can definitely see him trying the AUG his level best to get those casualties done, but can he get that casualty done upon on the player? As you can see, the revive being finally left alone. It either is going to be all 4-man standing of the team Secret at this point, or it's all 4-man that's going to be annihilated of the team Secret. And 12k finally gets a connection. No Fear, he's not going to be able to heal himself even with the bandages, but the Molotov is going to make quick work of him. Secret is going to survive not only with the 5 eliminations to their name, but all the 4-man at their arsenal.
It was the Molotov that finished HORAA off. That was amazing. And it was such a riveting fight because they were all just jumping around the crates out in the open, which is like something new, especially since there's no like fight like that outside of Miramar and Erangel. But right now, Rondo, absolutely beautiful map. And so with that, I think everyone has calmed down. We're down to 37 players. We have 10 teams. some of these teams are getting eaten up by that blue zone, especially Team Secrets. I mean, they had their victory, they've eaten their cake, and then they're looting about. And this is still a stage 1 circle. Look at the HP bar; it's not really hurting just as much, but they definitely want to walk all 1,300 meters all the way to the next safe zone. So that's, you know what, 10 teams, and we're still not even in the 10-minute mark. So, crossing our fingers, lots of things will happen. And right now, surprisingly, the highest amount of eliminations is still Team Secret with 5 eliminations. And so, no total domination by just one team on this Rondo map, but you know what? It's still fine. We're still expecting a lot of surprises, especially for these teams. I mean, yesterday were definitely surprises, but today I think these guys learned their lesson.
I mean, you can see it right here. 10 teams are remaining at this point with 37 players, and 9 minutes have passed already. Meaning, 6 teams that did got the full elimination. EMP zone finally activated on DRX's side. The red dots, all these scope things, they're not going to work anymore. But Nia, he's the guy so far that had the highest number of damage elimination wise. The MVP that is for the day number 1. This is the guy. Nia is the player. But TZ so far, NONGSHIM's REDFORCE. It's a fight against the APG, getting absolutely decimated. Wait a minute, Alpha Gaming. What just happened to them? Saw the team NONGSHIM's REDFORCE enter their compound, and it was like, okay, we're done. It's over. BTR now coming in to the NONGSHIM's REDFORCE. The revive has been done. A single revive has been done so far. The rest of the 2 players do need to get the revival done. But Regzi, let's see. The grenade, is it going to make any kind of connections? The answer is no. The player's finally going to get out of the compound. The rest of the player, UI, he's still staying. Doxy, he's healing. S12K is going to make its way towards the angles, but it's not enough as the players are not far. TZ is here. Gets eliminated, and oh my god, BTR down to the very last guy, but finally BTR taken against NONGSHIM's REDFORCE, taking 1 down, instantly getting a confirmation. I love this. That they're like, okay, we're down to the last, we're taking as much points as we possibly can for ourselves. You have to remember, this is your first point that you have even right now, but Doxy beautifully baiting the players right down lower and getting him eliminated. NONGSHIM's REDFORCE 6 elimination to their name, and still surviving as a 3-man unit.
Amazing. NS shooting themselves up in the leaderboards for this match alone, and BTR, actually kudos to them. I think around the 5-minute mark they were down to 2 players already, and they managed to survive this far. And of course, survival of the fittest, they're really last, and they got picked off just by NS right there. So you know what, they had a good run, and now we're down to 8 teams left, 11 minutes into the game, and we can see actually the surviving teams, they're either 4-man or 3-man team. And right now in our crosshairs, we're seeing DRX trying to shoot some bullets against a nearby team. Some bullets are connecting, but definitely not enough bullets to pick them off or get some knocks or eliminations. There's definitely a lot of movement, and they're also getting shot at. They definitely got spotted. So DRX is gonna have to go ahead and reposition. Vampire Esports joins fray, just going around this house, trying to see if they can position themselves for an entry, for a push. And over here, Lazarus going up to the 2nd floor. Let's see if they can find YG inside of this building. Oh, there we go. The 1 versus 1 took them by surprise, and that's a 1 on the side of YG. But over here, Vampire Esports as well, storming into the building. This is between the 2 teams. We're seeing a lot of things happening in the kill feed. YG, VPE, trading kills on Nox as well. Look at the stats on that thing. YG 7-8 eliminations. I believe that is the full elimination of Vampire Esports.
Vampire Esports getting absolutely destroyed here, ladies and gentlemen, getting eliminated. But 2 eliminations to their name as well. So it's a good start, at least for the day. Match number 1 right now. But BLUZZ Esports versus 4Thrives. 4Thrives is going to lose 2 of the players so far. YANGON Galacticos is also into the close proximity. If they want to, they can actually push forward. But I see IQ being super far away from the rest of the 4 also being knocked out into that far-fetched area. The revive, it's definitely going to be possible, but IQ is going to be taken down by Big Mama. No way. 4 thrives down to the very last guy at this point. And even that guy has a very slim chance of surviving. BLUZZ Esports are rushing onto the 4 thrives, trying to find out where the rest of the players are, but YANGON Galacticos mastered smile. He's finally, the smile is going to fade as he is on fire. Finally gets eliminated by Axie Dog. M24 on the head. It's not going to connect, but the S12K on its way gets that elimination right there. Now, 4 thrives, as they're still trying to survive in this area. Really difficult for 4 thrives to survive, but there we go. One player from the 4 thrive manages to get a knockdown on BLUZZ players. Now, OK needs to go back, get that revival done as soon as possible. He's going to change directions multiple times in different angles, different compounds. IQ is also going to throw a Molotov in the compound, in which case, it's not going to hit anyone. It's not going to affect anyone. IQ also been revived. Noki been revived. The rest of the players are back to the 3-man that they are. So only they lost 1 player of the 4 thrives. And the rest team finally reset themselves. Now, pushing forward, BLUZZ is going to take down YANGON's last guy, meaning on the hashtag number 7, they get eliminated. Now 4 thrives is being pushed upon. The grenade is gonna go. One player is gonna get instantly decimated right there. The second one is super low. S12K is making its trajectory right there. The UMP45, the connections, it's happening, ladies and gentlemen. Noki, IQ, both parties, both players wants to push forward. Heal yourself. Come on. As Gyro has healed himself back to the 75, he's going to push forward, try to take down the last man standing as well. The sticky grenade, sticky bomb. The entry has been denied. The player finally jumping down, coming in, getting a knockdown, a confirmation on one of the 4 thrives' player. It's Gyro versus IQ. 1 versus 1. Whosoever is going to win it out, it's going to take down the 1v4, but no way! DRX, longer range, different party. Angle, no way. BLUZZ official successfully given an exit.
I love that. That was actually so exciting, especially for the players. You can see the anxiety from the camera, especially Gyro. Just, who's there, and then they're trying to like get cover while trying to get some bullets in, and it's all paid off. 4 thrives got wiped down, and with that, BLUZZ shoots the way up to number 2, contesting YG with their 9 eliminations, and they're still alive, so there's a possibility that they're gonna rack up some more points later on. So, well, we're 16 minutes into the game. We're down to 5 teams, but most of these teams, or maybe all of these teams right now, they're all isolated from each other. So we're not gonna expect maybe a fast game right now, but you know what? Well, let's go ahead and see what's gonna happen, because, well, it's a bit quiet. All the clusters of squads are like they're like they've killed each other off. So these are all like individual teams. Speaking of killing each other off, look at R8 spots BLUZZ, and that's absolutely crazy. Let's see what happens now. Look at that. Look at that mini map. There's a lot of teams. There's 3 different teams in this area.
Oh my god, there's so many still teams into the area. It's such it's such a chaos, to the point that I kind of love it, but also it's such a very weird kind of factor on the thing that at this point, it's going to be really difficult for the teams to survive. You can see BLUZZ official versus DRX already. It's going to happen as a BLUZZ official trying with their shots, their connectivities to get some connections on DRX's player, Big Papa. He's low on that HP side, but he's still surviving. One thing is that as 4-man, 3 elimination to the DRX, closing in slowly, steadily, pushing forward. But one thing, Manny, I want to see one thing, that all of these teams, all of these players from these teams actually push together, get into a single area, single city, where everybody's gonna absolutely decimate one another. R8 getting some shots, now no longer inside of that circle. In fact, circle takes a shift, it goes over. Now we do have to see M24 coming on the wings. There's a lot of damage that can actually occur with the M24s, but be careful on whatever you're gonna do. One single wrong move and that will absolutely mean instant annihilation on your end.
And we can see Team Secret try to snipe another squad from nearby. I believe that is NS at the distance. And of course, R8 is going to be joining the fray. They definitely need some eliminations on their side. They're getting shot at by DRX from the high ground. And so let's see what they're going to do. It looks like they're going to be pushing upwards. They're going to be trying to close the distance with them and DRX. I love the cars. But yeah, R8, I think they have a plan over here. And they definitely need to take some risks if ever they want a lot more points on their side, because compared to everyone else, to the top 5 teams, they are the ones with the lowest amount of kills. So that goes with DRX as well. They only have 3, and so if there's a full squad wipeout, it's gonna happen. One of these teams are gonna like go ahead and get a 4 points on their name. So looks like DRX will be rotating within the circle. Team Secret spots them, tries to go ahead and give that gatekeeping, and they've managed to rotate inside of a play zone. So that's quite, it's quite interesting. We're on stage 5. Looks like Team Secret spots NS as well, shooting at the cars. It looks like BLUZZ is getting knocked down as well. There's only one healthy player left on the side of BLUZZ. One more and they'll be eliminated off. And speaking of which, R8 suffers at the hands of DRX. NS gets them as well. So this is practically a 3-way. And so the question is now, which of these teams are gonna go ahead and survive this? Because finally, this is the 20-minute mark. 5 teams, 16 players, lots of utilities to be had. R8 still alive. BLUZZ down to 2 players, managed to revive the last one. And S with 3. I can hear damage being taken. And, well, this is going to be interesting. This is DRX, R8, shooting at each other. Gets one. Prestige gets picked off. QXZZZ down on the ground. Hasn't been spotted. And there we go. Just as I was saying, they get hit by that grenade. Lots of damage being taken. And with that, DRX, I think this is going to be over. One last player and they'll be picked off. That goes the same with R8 as well. So we're down to BLUZZ with 10 eliminations, finally surpassing YG on the leaderboards.
Yeah.
DRX, Big Papa, getting that big damage.
It's amazing. It's so amazing. I love this aggression going on in Rondo. So with this kind of eliminations going on, BLUZZ official. Like, look at them. 11 eliminations so far. We have Team Secret with 7, NONGSHIM with the 6, DRX with the 5. Every single one of them has actually taken care of a whole single full team before, like, getting here into the top 4. But from this point onward, it's actually going to be more intense and more intense, as there's only Team Secret with a full man squad. It's basically a 1 versus 2 versus 3 versus 4 fight. DRX solo, BLUZZ official duo, Team NONGSHIM's REDFORCE with trio. Then we have Team Secret with a full squad at their disposal, at their arsenal. So these are the things that has to be taken care of at this point. One single mistake, it's going to be enough to get the full elimination on your side. DRX so far, we can see them. Big Papa completely out in the open, outside of the circle. He's going to take the blue as soon as the blue is actually going to push up on him. Zerus is here at dip side. But, Rondo, you can make your own dips. But here we go. Another sniper rifle. Another bolt action in the hand. Secret so far, GK finally pushing in, but on the other side, BLUZZ official is taking care of one player. Now down to the very last guy, and Agzi, you can see on the minimap, he's outside of the safe zone area so far.
Yep, that's a BLUZZ, and they're already down to one player. Once that player goes down, it's all over for Axie, especially when that stage 6 circle is gonna close in. But Frankie from Team Secret spots Big Papa, but unfortunately not gonna put any bullets into their body. Instead, it's Jakey that's gonna be getting the Big Papa, and that's the end of DRX. Down to 3 teams. BLUZZ 11 eliminations. Team Secret with 8. NONGSHIM REDFORCE with 7. NS, as I was saying, Jaiki gets picked off. Rather, gets knocked down. It's just a knock, guys. And so that's Trang spots NS from a distance. Spots the last player of BLUZZ as well. But the question is now, what will be their next move? They're just getting their crosshairs out, trying to spot some more information. Spots the car. What will they do to BLUZZ? Oh, what the hell? That was a great snipe. And with that, BLUZZ says goodbye.
Another team, the BLUZZ official, the final guy that was alive. He's done and dusted. But there we go, Terang, the old action on its way on the connectivity. Finally getting a knockdown, so Binny is down. XZY. He's a heal first and foremost. But Terang, you need to push forward. Use the utilities that you have. 1 grenade, 1 Molotov to get that elimination done against your enemy. The grenade went over. No kind of connection so far. But Annie, we do have to see who's going to win it out.
Yeah, and we might be seeing that real soon. Team Secret pushing in with the aggression. Trang, however, steps on the molly. NONGSHIM REDFORCE, Doxy. 1 versus 1 behind this car. This is gonna be messy. There's a lot of backup on the side of NONGSHIM. Team Secret, however, Frankie gets knocked down. Already lost 1 player, that's Trang. Will be lost to the lobby. Beanie from NONGSHIM goes down as well. So this is a 2 versus 2. Unless there are any revives, it's gonna happen. There we go, inside of this building. Just 1 good move. All they have to do, get 1 smooth kill. XZY says goodbye as well. So this is a 1 versus 1. This is Doxy versus Jaiki. And here we have it, guys. Who will win? Question is, who will win with this 1 versus 1, and who will win this first chicken dinner in this Rondo map? Beanie falls, and so it's just TS, possible revive, possible 2 versus 1. NONGSHIM definitely all alone in this rooftop. Gonna go for the aggression. Throwable. Jackie, Darks, this is a long wait. We're 25 minutes into the game.
We're already 25 minutes into the game, yes, that's for sure. But GK of the one and only Doxy, it's a 1 versus 1. The grenade's going over, not getting any connection. Oh my god, he's here once again. 9 bullets left and loaded. He's definitely gonna go jump fire, getting a lot of damage done, but he manages to get into the compound. Now it's a spray fight. A spray gets a connection. There's slight bit of damage. GK, be very what you're gonna do. Heal yourself as soon as possible. The grenade went boom. The player went 75 versus S12K. It is, ladies and gentlemen. It can be done anything, but there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. There we have it. Connection made its way, and the winner chicken dinner is on. I mean, it took a while, but it definitely was.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is the debut of NONGSHIM REDFORCE, and that's already a winner chicken dinner on their part. And it was an absolutely riveting 1 versus 1. It took a while, yes, that's true, maybe a minute or 2, but it was fun. It was like a really high stakes hide and seek kind of game. You know, whoever wins will get 4 more points than the other. And with that, high stakes, high reward as well. And so congratulations once again to NONGSHIM REDFORCE. It was a beautiful game, and they survived all that. I believe they're around the top of the leaderboards. They have a lot of eliminations too. So I'm wondering what their final points will be. So we're going to be seeing that later.
Well, we're definitely going to see what the final points, final ranking is going to be at a later stages. But right now, what I want to see is individual team performance stat. How much of the individual performances were done by these players with the winner chicken dinner on its way? What kind of a connection, what kind of playing out throughout the game? Did they had a lot of like damage done on towards the players, knockout being dealt upon their enemies, or it was kind of on the last moments, last circles were the one that were responsible for all of those aggressive stances for the players. But aside from that, there's a lot of more factors, facts and figurines that do comes out into the play. That even if you do get the winner chicken dinner, how far can you into the overall ranking? How much of a big faith, a big jump can you take into the overall leaderboards? Are you going to be able to overtake the top team or not? But right now, ladies and gentlemen, the stats are definitely going to be on our screen. NONGSHIM's overall ranking 17, still pretty far. Number of elimination is 10. Damage dealt is 1893, 27.4 kilometers.
And I think NONGSHIM REDFORCE wasn't here yesterday. I think if my memory serves me right, and it usually doesn't. But since they are 17th in place, there's a huge possibility that's happened. And so with that, these are the individual team stats. We have Joxy with 5, XZY with 4, Beanie with 1, and TZ or Tiz1 has 0 points, and it looks like there's a lot of damage dealt, especially with XZY with 943, Doxy with 663, and Beanie with 257, for TZ. Maybe they got picked off earlier. I didn't quite catch that, but you know what? A great debut once again. NONGSHIM REDFORCE came in with a huge amount of force, and they took this Rondo map by storm. And so let's see if they can bring this kind of performance onto the next map, which is like Miramar and Erangel and that one Sanhok. So let's see if we can find that consistency. Will they ride this momentum and bring this kind of, energy all the way to the end, because they still have 2 days left. That's 12 maps in order to prove themselves.
Oh yeah, now it has actually total maps, but yes, there's a lot of matches to be played upon to prove yourself, get into the top ranking. But going into the match summary, it is 61 tokens, 993, thank God, 3 grenades, 2 airdrops, 1 week elimination, and amongst all of the 61 eliminations, 5302 is the total healing done. And last but not the least, it is DRX's Nia with the highest, longest elimination distance of 320 meters. Going into the damage graph, look at NONGSHIM's REDFORCE. 10 eliminations, 1893 damage. They're still lacking behind, even as the winner chicken dinner, behind the Team Secret with 11 elimination, 2009 damage. That's 11 elimination, double the damage that they have put themselves into. BLUZZ official, 11 elimination to their name as well, 1390 damage. Then we have DRX, 5 eliminations, 1705 damage. That's 3 times more than the damage. GALACTICOS also has a bit of 1.2, 1.3 per multiplier more damage than their actual elimination. 8 elimination, 1139. Then we have Team RA, 24503. AST with 40611, 4 thrives with 1 elimination, but 847 damage. The only team amongst all of this with a solo elimination, but almost 8 to 9 elimination of the damage.
And it's a crazy amount of stats, and these are our leaderboards for our first match. NS 20 total points, a beautiful amount of points from there, but Team Secret and BLUZZ do get 1 more elimination than NS. Although they didn't finish as the winner chicken dinners, they got a decent amount of points, 17 and 16. In fact, going in with DRX and number 4, it's a pretty huge drop with 9 points. That goes the same with YG as well. These 2 teams, they had a good run, but unfortunately, they did not make it to the end. And so, for the rest of the teams, R8, ASC, 40, those are their stats. And these are our overall leaderboards. BTR, of course, they sit comfortably with 82 points. They crossed the 80 mark yesterday, so they're pretty comfortable up there. They have a lot of points to go about, but they definitely cannot sit still. They have to do something if they want to keep their number 1 spot, because slowly and surely some of these teams are going to climb up and try to contest that.
Oh, that's absolutely true. There's definitely going to be those crucial facts and figurines on someone's going to contest them in a short moment of time. But 82 points still. I'd say BTR is still in the very safer angle. 82 points is a huge number. Still almost 29 of the defense points by Team Secret. They're kind of okay for the next maybe 1 or 2 games. DRX 52, 51 for EARENA. Okay, top 4, that's where the actual fight is happening. Only 1 point of a difference amongst the top 4 and from the number 2 to the number 4. HORAA Esports 41, DRS 41. This is also a fight that has to be occurred. DK, APG, alongside of A1 RG, they are on the first chart as well. But there's still going to be a slight bit of time before these charts are going to take a very huge jump from the teams with the points and everything. But so far, it is going kinda okayish, kinda close to each other with 1, 2, maybe to 4 points of a difference. It's not too much like that you have like a winner chicken dinner to cross it over. You just need a decent number of points. But ladies and gentlemen, match number 1 is done and dusted. We will be going for a short break before heading into the Miramar match. So stay here with us, stay connected. We'll be right.
Is the gloves with teddy, the headband, and also the tail. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. Oh my god!
The highly anticipated addition to the Mummy series outfits is here. Paired with the new Ice Tomb Glider, the Polar Spectrophage set is just what you need to freeze your enemies. Or send them ablaze with the Inferno Fiend set's new upgradable Chain Inferno Uzi. All the Mummy outfits are back. Get them all. Join now and collect the whole series to turn all eyes on the battleground. Event period, July 10th, 2025 through September 2nd, 2025.
And we are back. This is PUBG Mobile's Training Ground Season 2, day number 2, and we just witnessed match number 1. That is our Rondo map, our first chaotic map. And once again, we are your casters. I'm Annie, and Torix is with me. Torix, what did you think about that match?
The match was really good. Rondo, especially at the starting of the phases, the amount of elimination, the amount of aggression that we do see at the Rondo, it's absolutely phenomenal, right? Then comes down to the fact that after Rondo now, it's going to be the Miramar. It's going to be the match where you are usually going to see a very stalemate games, very slow-paced games. But we will have to see what's going to happen to that particular factor and particular thing where all of these actions is going to occur, because it's going to be Miramar. You know, all of these teams that do love to play it out onto the safer side at early stage. That's when the diversity becomes. You're not used to the early fight. You're not used to those early aggressions. Slowly and steadily, as the matches progress, as the stage progress, stage number 4 and number 5 occurs, 16, 18 out of 18 teams instantly gets into a fight, and it's a chain reaction from that point onward. So obliteration on obliteration on obliteration.
Yeah, absolutely. There's definitely a pattern with this lineup of teams. And in Rondo, okay, we can, cut them some slack. Rondo is a pretty unusual map. And we saw just from the flight path, there were like clusters of teams that landed in the same drop-off spot. So there were a lot of pickoffs early on. But in Miramar and Erangel, I've noticed yesterday that there's aggression within the first 5 minutes, and then 5 minutes to maybe 20 minutes. Like, it's just like sporadic engagements, and then everything else happens within like mark 25 minutes or something. So these games are gonna drag out, and you can kind of feel just how serious these teams are with this tournament. I mean, they're really amazing teams. They're amazing teams. I've seen these teams play on other competitions as well, and they've made a name for themselves. Individual players made names for themselves. And so with that, you know what? It just comes down to this. Just an amazing fight between 16 wonderful teams. And so with that, Miramar, once again, you're right. It's a map that has a lot of stalemate and a lot of camping. And so with that, we're probably gonna have to get ready for a lot of bird watching, a lot of grass growing kind of thing in match number 2.
Oh yeah. Match number 2, you're not going to find any kind of grass to hide yourself into. Maybe those dried leaves, the dried bushes, you can do that. But in Erangel and in Sanhok, everyone's going to go and touch grass from that point onward. Everyone's going to be snakes. Maybe there's some snaky plays into the area. Those third parties that can potentially occur on towards the teams. But oh my god, okay, we're going straight into the match number 2, the Miramar, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, EARENA alongside of the proximity into the Los Leones with another team, but the circle's gonna go all the way up to the north. La Cobreria and the Oasis is in its play.
Yep, I think the game thinks it's being funny. Look at that flight path. It's already so disadvantageous to these 16 teams. And to make matters worse, to rub salt on the wound, they put the circle all the way up northwest. And so with that, it looks like DRS and NS, They landed in the same spot. Yeta going on full Robin Hood. And there we have it. 1 versus 1 already. Yeta holding on to dear life. And look at that gun, Uzis. What are you gonna do with the long range in there? And so with that, it just all comes down to who got the better guns, who got enough ammo for this early game engagement. It looks like there will be a third party too. If you look at the mini map, it looks like it would be Vampire Esports coming in as a third party, and they have a lot more decent guns. That's a first blood going on to Lazarus on the side of VPE.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. We are seeing some early fights in the Miramar match, whereas so far it is that Vampire Lazarus kind of far away from the rest of his team, and is also taking the fight into a different proximity. But DRS Killer, he has a Uzi in hand. Let's see what he's going to be actually capable of against NONGSHIM's REDFORCE. Vampire from the back lines wants to do a third party into this area. They're going to definitely come in close. Yeta Uta, low on that HP. He's 1 bullet away. Just a single graze away from that elimination. If it happens, it's going to be all over for the player. But so far, it's Yeta Uta. 19 bullets. Alongside of the NONGSHIM's player that's not making any aggressive move. I love the fact that there's not any aggressive move, but wait a second. Yeta, where are you shooting that arrow? Where are you shooting?
I don't know. Let's find out. But Yeta can't even jump out of the building without, potentially probably dying. But over here, EA and KINOTROPE, looks like Mark will be saying goodbye by the hands of EARENA. But YANGON Galacticos hovering around. I think they actually found A1 RG nearby. Throwing those throwables. Romeo boy inside of this house, trying to see if they can find a good angle. I think they're doing a split push at this rate. They have snipers, and they have someone taking charge, trying to push into the buildings. All the while, DRS and NONGSHIM REDFORCE. So they're different fights all over the map, and now it's a 1 versus 1. Say Cloud versus I can't quite catch the name of someone from up there, and that's actually A1 RG. But all the while, and somewhere out there in the other map, it looks like KINOTROPE will be the first team to be saying goodbye. I don't think the match is over just yet. I mean, YG's already losing their players one after the other. It looks like they're down to 3 players. I think there's gonna be 2 because one just got shut down. It looks like A1 RG does say goodbye as well. We just crossed the 5-minute mark. We're already down to 14 teams. Yeah, definitely. With that, we'll just have to watch everyone else, how they're all faring. And so it looks like we're going down to a stalemate once again, but I don't think it's going to be for long. DRS still within the vicinity of another squad. That would be NS, actually. NONGSHIM REDFORCE, the winner chicken dinner winners of the previous game. And it looks like everyone is just kind of hiding within these buildings.
Annie,
and I think yes.
Annie, you can see the fights kind of dragging on. Yes, NONGSHIM's REDFORCE did manage to get those elimination for themselves at one point in time, but still, one player has been eliminated. They were not able to secure that elimination. They only managed to, I do believe so, get a knockdown at that point. So Yeta Uta still has an opportunity to get that revive as soon as DRS is done with them. But KYT, he wants to push forward. 1897, 1 bullet. Both of them got a connection. It's a knockdown. It's a confirmation. And NONGSHIM's REDFORCE in a single split second from 3 to all the way down to 1.
Oh, how the mighty have fallen. No! Beanie goes down, and that's actually a wipeout for NONGSHIM REDFORCE. That's crazy. I mean, I was rooting for them because they were very late to this tournament. They did not participate in day number 1, so they have a lot of catching up to do. And they had a really good momentum on the Rondo map. So I was like hoping that, they're gonna catch up to at least maybe 50 or 60 points, and that will put them in maybe like the first page. But they got picked off early, unfortunately, and it's not even like 8 minutes into the game yet. But BTR, the current defenders of the top 1 spot in the overall leaderboards, they're out here. 0 eliminations, but they're all healthy, they're all alive, they all have a full roster, and they're out for blood.
I mean, it's Miramar, and 7 minutes, 8 minutes passed up into the Miramar. We're seeing a lot of fights. So VPR8. It's another fight that's going to ensue. Damar, one of the guy alongside of Prestige, pushing forward towards the side of VP, Empire Esports. Let's see if they're going to be able to get those eliminations for themselves. So far, it is Damar throwing all the Molotovs that he can possibly accumulate to his name. He's out of the Molotov, but Prestige gets on the excess out. Now it's a DBS versus DBS that's going to occur in the hand of Damar. It's going to be only M416 and the Mini 14, the long-range quarter guns. Healing has been done, 75-75. DBS versus DBS. It's happening. The M416 is going to win it out, and Damar gets that final nail in the coffin. It's 4 elimination, and Empire Esports out of the match, ladies and gentlemen. Out of the match, straight up. Now, 12 total teams, but Federal is talking about a BIGETRON by Vitality. This guy's individual elimination, the amount of eliminations that this guy has throughout this whole 7-8 games, it's 14, 23, 73 is the damage, 2 assists, and almost 12 minutes of average survival time.
That's crazy. I mean, 14 whole eliminations spread out within 8 games. That's crazy. And that's just one person, too. And of course, taking a look at what everyone else is up to, it looks like Team Secret and DRS are nearby. Jaiki spots DRS the map, but on the other hand, he's getting shot at as well. Let's see what happens. It looks like this is gonna be a skirmish, but DRS Gaming, I think they're like backing off and they're quite far away from the circle, so they'll definitely have to get out of this place, get a vehicle, and rotate into the area. I mean, this is still stage number 2. There's not much pressure, but they're sooner or later they're gonna have to come out and play with everyone else. Go to the play zone and have some fun and get some engagements, get some eliminations. And just looking at the leaderboards, it looks like there are a lot of teams that are already doing well, but the highest amount of eliminations is still. Speaking of eliminations, looks like BTR's Bumblebee will be knocked down.
Bumblebee has been knocked down, but talking about DRS, I mean, I love the fact Kiddo YT did a 1v4, and I'm all about it. I'm all about those 1v4s, those single gameplays, single individual player gameplays. It's so amazing. It's so amazing that it happens. But Cyclone so far on our screen, DRS is already on the hashtag number 6 whatsoever into the overall ranking. But Nofia with the Mini 14, he's ready. 300 almost bullets at his arsenal. BTR in the front lines. They know, at least HORAA knows that, okay, there is a BTR in the front line. There's a team into the proximity. He's shooting at the car, at the rooftop of the car, in hopes to get a lot of damage on the car, that it can be blown away, and it's not usable from that point onward.
Yeah, definitely, and that's something to look out for, and especially since this circle is kind of getting interesting as well, and that's EARENA out of bounds. DRS trying to probably gatekeep this. There's a possibility that could happen. I mean, this is still stage number 2 circle. It's not much worrying, but still sooner or later they have to get in and try to position themselves within the play zone. And so right now, there's a lot of teams congregating, but not any bullets, no engagements, no knockdowns, no eliminations just yet. So 12 teams, all behaving, not crossing the 12-minute mark yet, and there are 44 plays, 44 looming possible eliminations. Killer YT from DRS is quite low on health. It's a good thing they got into the play zone. HORAA from No Fears HORAA trying to shoot at R8. Unfortunately, the bullets won't be connecting yet. APG, on the other hand, finds Killer YT, and HORAA also gets the other players from R8, and that's actually the end for R8.
That is absolutely true. R8. With just a 4 elimination, they get eliminated early on this match. They're not going to have any more placement points or elimination points for themselves. So far, it is 4th round into the kill feed, ladies and gentlemen, versus BLUZZ Official, the team that took 4th round down into the previous match. Now it's up against the team 4th round. They're going to take one, finish one. Second one is also down. 4th round is pushing on onto the rest of the BLUZZ Officials player. The card has been spotted. The shot is definitely going to be done, but Axie is going to survive. All the shots are going to be on the car and not on the players, and now the player's going to push with the painkiller in hand. He's going to utilize that. He's going to spot down the players. He's going to get out. He's going to spray on the car. Almost gets the player down, but the reload is going to get the better of him. And once again, a peek, a fire, a damage has been done. Gyro been taken down. Tamag in the front lines cooking a grenade. Both parties at equal time on the grenade. They're going to burst down simultaneously, and no damage whatsoever on both sides. Healing is definitely going to be done as Tamang, he is closing in. He's definitely going to close in. There's no way he can't do that. But why are you leaving your buggy behind? This is my question for the lives. Why are you leaving your buggy behind? There's also Yes T24 from the top of the mountain, just chilling there, looking at Tamang. The moment Tamang is going to move out into the open, he's going to be shot down.
Oh, there we have it. It's a little bit messy, especially with the blue zone looming about, and there's the teams that are getting kept by 4 thrives right now. So that's what we're gonna be watching out for. This is a stage 3 circle, about to be a stage 4 later on, and so that is gonna be really interesting. So HORAA Esports, I think they spotted BTR at the distance. I believe that's Bumblebee. They've spotted him, trying to see if they can get some kills. But EARENA, all the while off camera, they do get picked off finally. I believe they were out of bounds last time we saw them. And so I guess they couldn't hold out that for long. 4 thrives, still thriving, by the way. Spots another squad nearby, trying to get those bullets in. But unfortunately, that's their player's not going to be there. Finally see the movement. And all the while, BLUZZ Gyro is gonna be lost to the play zone. So that's lots of bullets in, not connecting. 4 thrives, you can do it. Get that kill, bro. Get that kill.
Oh yeah, go get those eliminations. But drive AEROMACY, oh my god. A third party in all of this proximity where DRS is taking the fight head on with the S12K. The DBS says they're going to be taken down by the hand of DRX. DRS out by the hand of DRX. Now 4 throws, you can see them. For Esports, also you can see them into the fight taken in the long quarters against Alpha Gaming. The Taps not connecting. Okay, that's sad. For Esports on the hashtag number 5 that they are. 0 grenade elimination, but 23 eliminations in total for the past 6 matches. The 7 match, I don't know if it's added in this one or not, because if it does, that means 25 eliminations so far for thrives. Oh no! Situation's not going good as one player from 4 thrives gets taken down.
That is one less player from their side. So 4 thrives. Let's see if I can read that. That's Parak? Parak, yeah. Okay, anyways, guys, we're down to 9 teams and 30 players, and it looks like YG's sitting on top, but only with 4 eliminations. And so that's actually the highest amount of eliminations for any team over here. And right now it looks like Alpha Gaming, they have 1 player that needs that revive. And for everyone else, it looks like BTR is still a 4-man team, and they're sitting dead last with 0 eliminations alongside BLUZZ. So with that, we're still watching 4 thrives, still thriving, by the way, but unfortunately, they're down by 1 player, and they only have 1 elimination. So Tribe AEROMACY, finally we see them up kicking in this game, and BLUZZ is over there at the distance as well. And so since these players, they're not engaging with each other, pretty sure the stage 5 circle will be forcing their hands later on.
I mean, top 9, top teams, DRS, RBEA, the one that got the 4 eliminations, they have been taken care of, but those tap fires are not going to affect as another party, a different angle, gets the better of T24 OP. T24 being taken down, it's a knockdown on the guy, but IQ, now he has to move forward as soon as possible, get that revival done. Naki cooking those grenades against the Tribe AEROMACY's player. Let's see if any connection is going to be on its way or not, but so far the grenades may not reach towards the Trix's side from the, in fact, Naki's angle, because there's a lot of distance to cover from the lower ridge to the upper ridge. You have to really go forward to get those connectivities done, but Trix getting a lot of damage. Now Naki's location has been revealed. You can see Bumblebee versus East. It's happening. It's 2 different angles, 2 different fight. Alpha Gaming, AST, Team Secret, Team Fourth Rise, and all of this amidst. Everybody's taking those fights and all those actions that is occurring in this area. We do have to see what's going to happen. A grenade coming on the east side. East is angle, but he's very lucky to survive.
Well, it's a good thing they're lucky. Let's see what Refuse will be doing at this rate. I mean, we're throwing those throw balls, but unfortunately, I don't think APG kind of did enough damage to take down HORAA Esports. So, well, we'll be looking out for them. It looks like they'll be trying to see, I don't think they have a lot of information, especially with the smokes popping up. And for everyone else, looks like BTR, they do have 1 player that needs a revive. Everyone else still has at least 3 players, except for BLUZZ. They have the least amount of players still alive. They have the numbers disadvantage point at this point. Finally gets the information that they need, finds a HORAA Esports, finds their location. That grenade is probably not gonna hit anyone, but IQQ spots someone from Tribe AEROMACY up at the elevations. And with that, lots of things happening, not enough things popping up in the kill feed until now. I think No Fear HORAA does get knocked down. Will it be a confirmation? That's the question. And with that grenade, will it be finishing them off? Yep. Sleepy HORAA will be knocked down. No Fear will be finished off. Jiggle HORAA gets knocked down as well. Oh my gosh, what happened to HORAA? I think they're down to 1 player left.
Oh yeah, HORAA is down to the very last guy from this point onward. The situation is going to really intense for these guys, but Zeru's taking the grenade on Invitational. IQ gets eliminated, 4 Thrives is out of the match as well. Alpha Gaming, 6 eliminations, slowly and steadily pushing forward towards the BTR's side. Kent is cooking the grenade so far, but on the back lines, you can see in the compounds, the rest of the BTR is actually ready to take that cover, give that cover to their own team members. The location is revealed. Refus knows exactly where the rest of the players of Alpha Gaming is situated at, so be very careful on what you're gonna do and how you're gonna play it off. But so far the damage from Joel is gonna occur on the players, but you can see East being taken down. Top 8 teams, at least if anyone gets eliminated, he's gonna receive 1 placement point. But oh my god, Refus, was amazing. He gets a knockdown in this long of a range with just the grenade. He gets the grenade right on the face. Risey also gets knocked down in the smoke. He sprays. The Refus sprays, does not get any connection whatsoever. So I want to see Zeol, what Zeol is going to do. But Zeol, East, these 2 guys together, as East gets taken down, Zeol is forced to push back to get that revival done upon on the player. But Tredralis now cooking those grenades, and if any single one of them connects, God forbid, it connects on Zeol, it's going to be super intense. But Refus takes down Bumblebee in mid-air as he was traveling with the car. Now, down to the very last guy, it's Fedralis. Fedralis has been taken down. 5 elimination individually for Zeol, 3 for Refus, 2 for East. That's 10 total elimination for the whole team.
Oh my gosh, AG, 10 eliminations, sitting at a number 1 rank on the total points for this map alone. And second is actually a huge drop to Tribe AEROMACY with 5. So you know what? I think that they're standing out a lot right now, and I think Tribe AEROMACY rather is gonna try to contest that. But all the while, lots of trades coming in. But in the end, Team Secret will be saying goodbye as team number 7. Now we're down to 6 teams rather, and 16 players left, and it looks like a lot of these teams are doing well, especially AG. They're having a really good game right now. And for BLUZZ, they're down to 2 players. And compared to the other teams, especially with AG with 3 players, AST with 4, DRX with 3, it's kind of hard to kind of compete with that. So I think they're going for the placement points. They're not going aggressive. But on the other hand, speaking of aggressive, I think YG is going to be going out in the open, trying to see if they can take this risk, take these fights, and potentially get some eliminations too. But they are taking damage from the grenades from APG.
Alpha Gaming, they're throwing more grenades, but at the same time, Alpha Gaming is also being taken down. Zeol with the spray gets a lot of damage on the player, but not enough. Still, it's still not enough to get that casualty connected on the guys. But no, YANGON getting the connection. Zeol finally clutching it in, making an equal trade-off. But East gets a finisher. A grenade goes over towards the Say Cloud, and Refus gets that knock. Master Smile, the one and only hope for the whole team right now is Master Smile for YANGON Galacticos, and he has been spotted. Not only just spotted, you can see the sprays that's coming in on towards the player, on towards the sky. There's a no hope for this player to actually survive, get out of this place unscathed. BLUZZ to Mag also gets eliminated by the hand of Tribe AEROMACY's player. That's 7 eliminations so far. You can see Rig Mountaintop once again trying to look forward, trying to look for the fight. Not finding any kind of connections, but we have Delta. We have Delta in the midst of all of this. There's YANGON Galacticos, Master Smile, the last guy. The grenades are going. It's reaching. Wait a minute. It's actually reaching close to the area of the players. But Refus, finally out of the grenades, he can no longer throw those utilities. Alpha Gaming taking their fight, taking their shot onto a different angle, approaching it up. But 6th stage is about to close. 20 seconds, ladies and gentlemen, and we're going to have our stage number 7. These 6 teams is going to go for a head-to-head tussle once again to find out who's going to be that victorious one.
Yep, and I think we're going to be finding that out real soon because we are 24 minutes into the game, down to 6 teams. Still way too many for this, stage of the game. But, well, that circle is going to change things. Smile. I don't know if you'll be smiling any longer with Alpha Gaming having you on their crosshairs. Let's see what's going to happen. It looks like Zayal will be trying to go for the aggression. I think this is a potential vehicle elimination. Unfortunately, it's not. Zayal takes a lot of damage from that blue zone. 1 versus 1. Master Smile goes down. I think that's the end of YG completely. And now we're down to the top 5 teams. 11 players, in fact. Tribe AEROMACY has the high ground, trying to snipe everyone else down. But on the other hand, HORAA Esports spots them. Sky HORAA trying to put those sprays on, but unfortunately, won't be getting any of the kills. But actually, HORAA Esports, it's just Sky, the lone wolf of their team. So, you know what? They have a decent amount of placement points. I think they're just trying to get as much eliminations as possible.
That is absolutely true. They're trying their level best to get as much eliminations as they can possibly for themselves at this point. But you can see Giante finally getting an elimination. 8 elimination to the proximity, but 12 elimination to Alpha Gaming. Now Tribe AEROMACY, as they have finally managed to secure an elimination, they're gonna go forward, but HORAA Esports is gonna take the better of BLUZZ. BLUZZ out of the match with just the 3 eliminations. Still surviving as a solo with 4 eliminations to their name. DRX, we can see them as a duo as well. So only a miss of all of these teams. There's only Tribe AEROMACY with a full squad alive. 8 elimination at their arsenal. So that's a very big boy number. That's a big boy number right there. But Delta chilling out Near the DRX is an angle, and DRX, they have the opportunity to spot them down. But I want to see Giante. I want to see what Giante is going to do, because Giante is right above Big Mama and Big Papa at this point. Nia, in fact. Big Mama and Nia. And if he can possibly get some shots connected, he can take down not one, but both of the players of the DRX. This means the potential of the DRX to actually secure some more elimination is kind of low. It all depends upon Giante and his shots, the sprays that he's going to commence up against the DRX.
Yeah, definitely. But at least it's all over now. DRX gets those kills, and now we're down to 3 teams: AST, DRX, and a HORAA. Rig! That's a lot of Big Mama damage on their side, and now they have to do is kind of deal with the one last member of DRX, one last member of HORAA, and AST is still a 4-man team. I think we know how this is gonna end, because numbers advantage, a very big difference. And so let's see how Tribe AEROMACY is gonna go ahead and try to approach this. Nia actually takes Delta down, I think. Wow, that's actually one stray elimination going into the side of DRX, and they're still hiding in this one spot. And oh, Nia actually manages to heal themselves up. Let's see if someone from Tribe AEROMACY is gonna be brave enough to try to go ahead and get that kill, because they have the information. They know that he's over there. Oh, I love the approach. Giante finally takes him out, and with that, all that's left is to kind of hunt down Sky HORAA, and ASC. They're gonna have a field time. You know, they're gonna find him eventually. Ooh.
Yeah, he's absolutely going to find him eventually, but how eventually is that eventually going to be? This is the question. So far, Sky HORAA against Giante. It's a 1 versus 3. HORAA, it's all up to you. All up to you, buddy. You're going to make a wrong move, and that's going to affect the entirety of how you're going to be able to play it out this much of this game. How many more elimination you can actually squeeze out of this. It all is going to depend on how much more elimination you can get. If you're going to be able to get a vanilla chicken dinner, that's up to you. But Trix, he's close. He's cooking. He's cooking, and I'm going to let him cook. He's going to make sure with the grenades, he's going to be able to like do some decent damage on towards the players, whereas the rest of the party, they will definitely enter, they will definitely rush. There goes the grenade, no connection. Oh, he just gave out his location towards the Sky HORAA, and now Sky HORAA, he's cooking those grenades as well. 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2, and that can make a connection. The answer is no. The jump shot is not going to affect as well, and as we know it, it's over within the blink of an eye. HORAA Esports not managing to secure any elimination, and it is Tribe AEROMACY, ladies and gentlemen, with the winner chicken dinner of the match number 2, the Miramar.
You can imagine Sky HORAA's mind was just full of calculations, you know, like, I know I'm not gonna win this, but maybe I will. I can get those pick-offs, but unfortunately not even one towards the end. But it was a good try. Sky HORAA managed to get a 2nd place for their team with just the survivability. Yeah. But congratulations, of course, to Tribe AEROMACY. 3 players are still alive in the end, and they managed to get that winner chicken dinner. And so, typical Miramar map, no surprises whatsoever. And so with that, Rondo was pretty cool, but Miramar was pretty standard, pretty textbook. And we're going to be moving on to Erangel, so lots of no surprises. But you know what? It was still fun. A lot of teams managed to rack up a lot of points, especially since this is day number 2. They still have a lot of time, a lot of maps to kind of get a lot of points in the bag, and there's not a lot of pressure unless for tomorrow. So with that, let's just see what happens. But this match number 2 for today, it was pretty fun.
Yeah, it was pretty fun. It was really good for the players. The amount of aggression that we had, that we did see throughout this game, even after Rondo, the Miramar was really on the aggressive side. We can't say that, okay, Miramar was the typical Miramar that we usually see. No. This time, It was really good. It was really amazing. My question is that from this point onward, is that how well the teams are going to perform into their next few couple of matches. But Tribe AEROMACY, after this winner chicken dinner, 11 total elimination, they're going to be on the hashtag number 3. 2786 is the damage dealt in this match. 33.8 kilometers, 18 throwables used throughout this whole game. And I think it was somewhere in between the mid phases of the game where they started using the throwables, but going into the individual stats, 5 elimination for Rig. 1414 damage. That's insane.
Wow.
That's huge. That's 3 times more the damage of his elimination. Then we have Trix, 3 elimination, 388. 2 elimination for Gyante, 567 damage. 1 elimination for Delta, and 417 damage. But my man, Rig, this guy is a beast on its own. And I'm not going to be like surprised if he is also the MVP of the match.
Yeah, absolutely. And to think that AST already has a total of like 11 eliminations, and the damage is even way more than that. The proportions is just absolutely insane. They're supposed to have more. They dealt so much damage, but I guess like it got healed up and stuff. They just couldn't like give that finisher just in time. But still, those are big boy numbers, definitely. And of course, this is the match summary. We have 60 eliminations, 5 grenades, 2 airdrops looted. Unfortunately, no vehicle eliminations, and a lot of healing done. That's 8,759. Probably a lot of them going against Tribe AEROMACY, because that's a lot. And of course, longest elimination, I think this is the longest number I've seen so far. It's 401 meters going into Team Secret's Trang. So, pretty impressive if I say so myself.
It is pretty impressive. Yes, I do agree. But going into the MVP of the match, ladies and gentlemen, there we go. I told you I'm not going to be surprised if it would have been Rig, and it is the MVP, ladies and gentlemen. His longest elimination of the distance is 193 meters. The survival time that this guy pulled off for the whole team for his individual stat is also like a considerable good one. Almost the end of Miramar, 27 minutes and 42 seconds. This guy survived. He has been a different breed. He has been an absolute beast of the team member for his team at the very least in this match. But going into the damage graph, Tribe AEROMACY, Alpha Gaming, these two are soaring high. One has a damage number soaring high, other one has the elimination on the highest. 11 elimination for the Tribe AEROMACY, 2786. Then we have APG with 12 elimination, 2563 damage. 8 elimination for the DRX with 951. HORAA Esports 4, 1119. We have YANGON with 5, 1435. Third, 773 for 3 elimination for the Secret, 996 with 4 elimination for DRS, and last but not the least, R8 with 677 and 4 eliminations.
And the monsters for this game are Tribe AEROMACY and Alpha Gaming, both of them crossing the 2,000 damage mark and more. I mean, Alpha Gaming with 2.5, that's absolutely insane. But yeah, this is the match leaderboards. Of course, Tribe AEROMACY sitting at number 1 with 21 points in this Miramar map. Coming in second is Alpha Gaming with 16 total points. Just one more elimination against Tribe AEROMACY. But unfortunately, they got picked off quite early on, so they don't get as much placement points. Coming in third is DRX with 13, HORAA with 10, YG with 7. Still pretty impressive. And for the rest, there are 4 teams with 4 points. CS, DRS, R8, and EA. BLUZZ and Vampire Esports get 3. BTR, 14, A1RG get 1. And KN and NS, unfortunately, got picked off quite early on, and they're sitting at 0 points for this game. So, this is the overall leaderboards, and it looks like BTR is still there.
Yep. BTR is still on the number 1. This match is not going to affect their placement by any means whatsoever. Going into the DRX, 65. Okay, that's now more than 1 point of a difference against the third one. But Tribe AEROMACY jumping up on the leaderboard, 58 points. Team Secret with 57, 55 for EARENA. APG with 54, 51. for the HORAA Esports, DRS with 45, 44 for the YANGON, DK with 40, 39 for the A1 RG, BLUZZ 37, 34 for the 4T, Vampire with 31, 28 for KINOTROPE, 25 for R8, and NONGSHIM's REDFORCE with the 20 points.
And NONGSHIM, they really had a really good Rondo map, but all the while in the second map in this Miramar, they got picked off early. So I wonder what that's gonna look like in the next Erangel map. So you know what, they got picked off quite early, so maybe there's still a little bit of bad luck with the drop off points. But yeah, it was really fun to watch, especially since Miramar is a pretty typical map. But the funny thing is, BT are still sitting at number 1 with 83 points. I believe yesterday they were like line of 80, so there's not much climbing on the side of their numbers, and they still managed to hold on to the number 1 spot. So you know, the cushion between them and a top number 2 is so big that they were pretty comfortable, even though they did kind of shine for like a few maps or so. But yeah, maybe it's gonna change later on, so we're gonna find out later on in match number 3. That will be Erangel, and before that happens, of course, we will be taking a short break. So for those of you tuning in, stay tuned. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Cybertron's future is near. Autobots, roll out! This planet reeks of weakness. Your courage reignites my spark. We'll crowd a new load of Cybertron. Roll for freedom. A victory for all sentient beings.
Come check out WoW version 3.9 during this blistering summer. But watch out so you don't get blasted by ink. The new Ink Blaster fires ink in multiple different colors. Like other firearms, it deals damage, but it also splatters anything it hits with ink. Look at how much fun they're having. Look, seems like the pool party's got some fierce-looking guests. The Smog Zombie and Spitter Zombie have been added to WoW. They're not easy to deal with. Don't miss out on this summer showdown. We might need a janitor to come clear up the battleground. Hold on, an old friend from Winter has come to join our party too. How epic! Start creating with these new objects. The creator page now has a co-creation wallet feature, which displays your detailed creation earnings. Stay tuned.
Is the gloves with teddy, the headband, and also the tail. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. Oh my god!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, once again into the PUBG Mobile Training Ground, Nepal Pro Season number 2. We are back again after the 2 individual matches that just got played. This is your host, Torix, and with me, it is Annie for the day number 2 as well. Annie, welcome back. But the matches, they've been going quite, fast compared to the day number 1 that we witnessed.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I guess everyone kind of adjusted already. Day one is full of adjustments, full of getting to know each other's. But right now, day number 2, I bet they've watched the streams already. They've learned a little bit something from the tournament right now. And of course, we'll be going on to match number 3, which is Erangel. And just a quick rewind, we did see Miramar with the victory of Tribe AEROMACY. And of course, Rondo with NONGSHIM REDFORCE making their debut in this tournament, getting 20 points for their first game. But yeah, match number 3, Erangel, and that's pretty much, the standard default map that we have here in PUBG. Match number 4 will be Sanhok, a little bit of a wild card just to spice things up. But yeah, basically everything else is like standard maps, Erangel, Miramar, and Erangel as well. So we're going to be looking forward to that. But before anything else, of course, we'll be going on to our first Erangel map. And hopefully we'll be seeing the flight path really soon, because previous game we got surprised over there. But yeah, I think everyone's just settling into the lobby. And we're going to be flying the plane really soon.
Yes, match number 3. It's going to be the Erangel, and it's not going to be long, ladies and gentlemen, that we're going to head into the match. And actually, okay, the moment I say it, we are in the match. We are in our 3rd match of the day. Halfway point coming on, ladies and gentlemen. Erangel going from the military base all the way up to the Georgia pool. I thought it was going from the top of the Rozok to the Severny, but no, it's going straight to the shooting range. At the very corner, somewhat a tilt to the veteran angles. Georgia pool, hospitals, they're easily accessible. Even Poliana, I would say it's actually accessible for the teams. But Milta Power, Novoroknoy, and the Lipovka area, the mansion areas, they're not going to be accessible for the teams unless they find themselves a car, unless they find themselves vehicles, and then just drive away to their own separate locations. We have even seen Stalber being contested by the players, by some of these teams at one point in time. So even that's not accessible unless you have cars, and even if you try to glide your way up, you can only go so much so far to the last, you can see the line near the Stalber area to that cart line.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty hard, especially with that flight path. So I guess these teams are gonna cut their losses. They're not gonna go ahead and go there. And actually, a lot of these teams is actually pretty 50-50 going west or east. And look at that, Circle's gonna close in on Sosnovka military base. Possibly in the Ferry Pier as well. Primorsk is within the area farm, Pachinki even. But there's not much chance that it's going to close in. I think the bigger chance is that it's going to be a final game within Sosnovka military base. And I did see Alpha Gaming. They decided to go ahead and try to land over there in the area. It looks like DRS is going to try for that crossing already. And they have the vehicle to do so. XMPL, however, is left in the mainland. DRS is actually going to go in and try to pick them up before they go ahead and rotate into the area, which is pretty good. They don't have resources yet, but rotating early is gonna give them an advantage. But speaking of early, this is an early game engagement. Already multiple people from the side of A1 are on the red, and it looks like R8 has the upper hand in this situation. They are going to be storming at this one player in A1 at the top. And what can they do at that point? Flash will get eliminated off. I don't think it's the end yet for A1. I mean, there were at least 2 players that are on the red. Needs that revive. Oh, it looks like Rowdy will be finished off as well. Wow, that's a DBS so early on. And yeah, I think they're going to be hunting down that last player from A1 before it's all over for their squad.
I mean, still, it's A1 RG solo player. that's still alive, and where he is situated at, that's the big
No!
question. But ouch! No, come on. I mean,
Rude! Absolutely.
the amount of elimination that's happening and the amount of aggression that the players are showing that, okay, you're not coming at our territory.
No, just punch him to death. That was so rude. That was like there was a whole fist in the kill feed. That's crazy. They were like, "You're not even worth my bullets, man." But yeah, it's still not the end of A1. I don't know where their last player is. It's not. They're not within the vicinity. They're not within the compound near Severny. So I guess this is placement points, you know. But they are all the way up in Severny, and that circle is like 2,000 meters away. That's all the way down south in Salzburg military base. So they have a long way to go, and they gotta get those vehicles. And speaking of vehicles, it looks like Team Secret will be doing that, and DRS is actually within the area as well. So whether or not they're gonna go and take this fight, if ever they get the information that DRS is over there, let's just wait and see. We are tuning into them in a mini map, but it looks like they're not going to be engaging just yet.
I mean, so far, yeah, we're not gonna see any kind of engagements that might occur. But, oh, do I see RA trying to find someone in that area? Nope, so far nobody's there. But let's see. Damar, Marth, 4 players, 4 eliminations to the name, and 3 players in a single car. Damar is the only guy that's away from the area. But the REDFORCE is Secret, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. Another fight ensuing at early stages towards the military base, south side of the military base. And we can see Secret facing a lot of casualties here. 2 cover crafts being created here. Terang gonna go into the hovercraft. Then, oh my god, it's gonna force the player of the DRS to self-grenade. No way this has happened. You're not gonna get the damage in the hovercraft. Remember this. And easily stealing that hovercraft, getting out of this place, and reviving GK on top of that. It's a great start for the players. Cyclone, easier, but a grenade comes into the way, and it's all over, ladies and gentlemen. Example now, looking out for the area. Getting those damage. Yep, there we have it. There we go. Another knockout. A confirmation in an instant. It's a 1v1. 1 versus 1 here. That's Killer YT. He's very far away from the proximity. So it's a UMP versus QBZ. And the QBZ does not win it out. Example finally gets knocked out. And Killer YT makes it a 1v1. Again, the player was trying to force his way into the area. But breaks. No way, Terang, in fact, it is that gonna get those elimination, but at the cost of 2 of his players. The rest of the teams, they're kind of gonna be into the stubborn area now.
Well, actually, that engagement could have gone either way. I actually didn't know who was gonna win at that point. I mean, at one point it was like, oh, I think DRS has this in the bag. Oh wait, Team Secret has this in the bag. And in the end, yeah, Team Secret managed to did get that wipe out. But DRS, they did hold on to dear life, and they even took 2 eliminations with them to the grave. But yeah, that's pretty much our first 7 minutes of the game. There's lots of exciting moments, but if we're gonna follow the typical pattern of this tournament, usually the early engagements will end. Towards the middle, it's gonna be quiet, and then towards the end, everything will happen in a few minutes. But you know, 4 thrives, thriving, 0 eliminations, but there are teams nearby that's actually DRX nearby. I think they have information as well that they are over there. So you know what? It's a waiting game for 4 thrives and for everyone watching.
4 thrives right now at the corner of this map. In fact, yeah, they are at the corner of the map. That's the thing. But NONGSHIM REDFORCE, I'm seeing Beanie. I'm seeing in the backlines Alpha Gaming. Beanie's location that is potentially revealed. Oh, the crossbow, the explosive bow. It's not making its entry here, but he's trying his level best to get some connectivities. But Beanie finally is gonna get out of this area. Instantly he's gonna get a lot of shots, one more bullet, and it's gonna be over. But East is also gonna receive some damage. He's gonna be forced to get back into the compound, and slowly, steadily, you can see Alpha Gaming, NONGSHIM's REDFORCE, each other and going back to where they came from.
NONGSHIM REDFORCE unfortunately got 0 points in the previous game, so they have to get this game in the bag, and they managed to finally get the resources that they need, and they didn't get picked off early on, so they have a fighting chance right now. They did really well in Rondo. They proved themselves with the first winner chicken dinner, and so with that, let's see how they'll fare right now. But it looks like one of their players did get picked off by Alpha Gaming, and Alpha Gaming also spotted 4 Thrives, so they're kind of multitasking right now. And Alpha Gaming versus NONGSHIM REDFORCE, 1 versus 1, it will be TZ'd off, will be going down. East is going ahead and getting that finisher off just to make sure that they won't get that revive in the bag, and otherwise, NONGSHIM also getting their revenge. XCY put some bullets in, but in the end, they do have to heal themselves up. Almost got it. Molotov knocking Beanie down, and that's also a finisher on their side. Doxy is very low on health. I think they're in trouble as well. East side of this house, and in the staircase, Doxy goes down, and that's a finisher. I think NS is down to 1 last player.
Come on, Refus. You can do it. He's constantly using this crossbow. Oh my god. With 20 more bows, in fact, arrows to accumulate. Let's see what's going to happen. Zeolazia. He's making his entry into the overalls and the MVP's race as well. With 17 eliminations so far, 26-68 the damage, 9 assists, average survival of almost 20 minutes. AEROMACY is on our screen as well. You can see Rig healing himself in the front line. There's going to be HORAA Esports, the players that are already somewhat knocked down. HORAA Esports' No Fear is on the left side of the proximity, but from the mountaintop, we can see Sleepy making his entry. And right with this, you can see what's happening as Team AEROMACY is left with just the 1 player. Drakes. 5 grenades is all it's going to take, but 1 grenade is going to come in. It's definitely could have done the damage, could have done the deed, but player still manages to survive. Drakes now leaving the different angles, different parties, different fights happening. A Molotov! 2 Molotovs, and it's over. AEROMACY out of the match.
Oh man, it was the Molotov that finished him. Oh gosh, Romeo boy, what's their plan? With that gun, the Molotovs come in. I think EARENA, was that EARENA? There was another squad also nearby. YANGON Galacticos rather. They're gonna come in and try to terrorize this place. EARENA is having a really hard time. They're all on the red, and I think that's actually the elimination, the complete elimination of EARENA by the hands of YANGON Galacticos. And so with that, YG does walk away with all 4 eliminations on their side, and just taking a look at the statistics right now. R8 sitting with 5. That goes the same with Team Secret as well. YG with 4. And Alpha Gaming with 4 as well. HORAA with 4. I think that was like a little bit off screen, or did we watch it? I'm not sure. 4T with 4 as well. And we're actually seeing a lot of teams. They're filing into Sosnovka military base. So here we go. It looks like Alpha Gaming referee. Oh gosh, they got shot at. Jaiki. And there we have it. I think Jaiki's in trouble, but Refuse also gets spotted. And so, let's see what's gonna happen. DRX coming in inside of this house. 4 Thrives trying to see if they can make an entry. Oh my gosh, Palak takes a lot of damage. That's absolutely crazy. Oh my gosh. Oh.
Oh my god, I love it. I love how he's like, okay, I'm gonna move out of this area in the last second, but even that's not gonna work. But there we go, Naki has been eliminated. IQ being the very and only final hope for the team from this point onward. Everything is residing on this guy's shoulder. He's gonna make the moves, and if it does not work, ooh, if fourth arrives, they're gonna fall too much into the overall ranking down below. At 8, HORAA Esports, the fight's happening again. Alpha Gaming, KINOTROPE, and please, a car elimination, Nope, it's not a car elimination, but Alpha Gaming, they're also coming in for that aggressive stance, trying to find out the players, but he wants to get the player on top of his buggy and just want to skedaddle out of there, but it's not going to happen. There's still a lot of factors. You have to slow down your buggy, you have to wait for the players to like get on top, then move away. So with this short amount of time, you're not going to have enough time to do that, but look at this, NONGSHIM's REDFORCE, getting some damage, splash damage to their names as well. No fear HORAA in the meanwhile versus Odd 8, as Odd 8 has potentially left a Jiggle to the last man, but oh my god, Jiggle, Damon was taken down, and R8, the way that they were aggressing with this confidence, the confidence has been completely broken off.
Absolutely. And oh my gosh, Jiggle HORAA, this is not a good place to be, especially since you're in the blue zone and you're pretty much, you know what, once No Fear gets kicked out of this place, he's definitely, you know, gonna be alone. But I don't know if they can get this revive in the bag. I mean, they just gave away their location. Yep, there we have it. Prestige finally puts the last nail in the coffin for HORAA. They'll be saying goodbye with 6 eliminations in the bag.
That's only 6 eliminations more, ladies and gentlemen. And top 9 teams it is. Top 9 teams, ladies and gentlemen. That's the thing that's going on. You can see it's such a chaos that's going on, even in the Erangel match. BIGETRON, Kyurine, let's see, barely surviving. Oh my goodness. BIGETRON, the team that has 83 points. They're on the top of the table. They are somewhat, for the past 2 matches, that not been getting enough points, decent number of points. But right here, Kyurine, not Kyurine, but Optimus, been taken down, and Alpha Gaming is also closing in into the area to take those fights.
Yeah, and Alpha Gaming is on a roll. They are having 5 points already, and they did so well in Miramar as well. And right now, BTR still 1 elimination in their side. Let's see if they can take this fight against Alpha Gaming. East coming in with the push. Cat is in trouble. Ken is down. And needs a revive. Kyurine and Bumblebee still alive. Kyurine hiding behind this place. Bumblebee is surrounded by Alpha Gaming. This is not a good look for them. Refuse playing with his food. 1 versus 1. I think this is practically a 3 versus 1. Bumblebee did not stand a chance. And with that, BTR unfortunately gets eliminated off by the hands of Alpha Gaming.
Oh my god, top 8 it is. It's going so good to the fact that we are seeing a lot of aggressions going around, right? By all of these players. Marnet Boy, you can see him close to IQ. He's taking some shots on IQ, but oh, the potential location change of IQ is definitely going to save him for a tad bit longer bit of time. But I think IQ, his location, he's finally been spotted. There we go. He's behind those staircases. He's going to move. His location is revealed. The tap fires the shots. It's definitely going to come on the feed. There we go. IQ finally out of the match. And with this, it's potentially all over at this point. But yes, there's still the fact Alpha Gaming, Zeol versus R8. That's going on. Going, not getting those knocks. Come on.
Oh my gosh, I really thought they had him. And with that, Molotov's coming in, probably gonna help. And I think they're gonna make for the push. Zyle's gonna, not Zyle, East is gonna go ahead and get that push. Marth gets taken down by Zyle. And I think there's 1 person left in R8 that's still alive. There's Prestige, almost full health. DBS in hand. East is taking a lot of damage, but they do have backup inside of this building. And so, R8 running around trying to dodge all of these bullets, and there's so little visibility. And I think there's a lot of explosions coming up, and somewhere out there, oh my gosh, Refuse gets that friendly fire prestige, takes him down. East as well gets him finished off. Oh my gosh, after all that, Zyle is the only one left in APG. Alpha Gaming, they had a good run. They have 9 eliminations, but they've been knocked down their throne by R8.
Oh my god, you can see the potential threat that's going on. Alpha Gaming so far going forward, and Zeol finally gets the nail in the coffin. RBS, it's over. R8 out of the game, out of the match. Top 6, ladies and gentlemen, and it's only been 19 minutes. We have DRX, full squad. Aside from them, whether it's BLUZZ, KINOTROPE, YANGON, Team Secret, or Alpha Gaming, they're 3-3-2-2 or 1 player alive. This is absolutely crazy at this point. It's going very, very crazy on what's happening over here. And as you can see here, even the circle taking the shift all the way to the open area field.
And it's like the airdrop is like right dead in the center as well. It's just saying like, come here, I dare you to loot me. But of course, DRX is still alive, still kicking. And I believe Zyle is the only one left in Alpha Gaming. And it's not gonna stop him from trying to take this fight, this engagement with DRX, a full squad. And Zyle says, well, I don't care. I'm gonna get as much elimination points as I can at this rate. And DRX, they need to step up. They only have 2 eliminations so far, but they do have Gyro in their crosshairs trying to throw the throw ball. But unfortunately, it's not gonna be connecting, not gonna be taking damage. Wakai also there up in the high ground. Think they're gonna go for the push. Oh, that's a lot of damage taken, and one more good hit, and Wokai might be saying goodbye. Oh my gosh, they don't have their guns out, but still in the end, yeah, gets that connection, gets that kill. Amazing.
I love it. The amount of aggression that has happened here, it's straight phenomenal, no matter how you look at it. But so far, it is Zeol all alone, and elimination to the Alpha Gaming. That's the big thing. That's the big thing about all of this area, is the fact that we have 10 elimination for the Alpha Gaming. But down to the very last guy, that's going to be a difficult position for this person, in fact, at this point. So whatever he's doing, he has to be very careful on how he's going to play it out, if he wants to play it out safe or wants to like play it out on the aggressive side. So these crucial factors is going to like affect whether his team is going to like stay into the top 3, top 2, top 1, or they're going to get early on eliminated. So far, it is KINOTROPE, we can see, near the YANGON Galacticos. Not that close that the fight can actually occur like within the blink of an eye, but still, we can safely deduce that yes, they are kind of close.
Yeah, definitely close. And all we have to do is kind of wait. Because we are stage 6 in the circle, yet not much is happening. I think we're moving on to stalemate once again. They're all just having, a quiet time despite it being 21, almost 22 minutes into the game. So, Alpha Gaming, 1 player, Team Secret, 1 player. YG, 3 players, DRX 4, and KINOTROPE with 3. And unfortunately, KINOTROPE is sitting with 0 elimination so far. Not boy, I think they're gonna be throwing the warning grenade. Unfortunately, it's not gonna be taking hitting anyone just yet. So, Zyle still alive, despite being the only one, and Ballsy trying to go out into the open. Oh, all the while, Team Secret actually got picked off just then. So we're down to our top 4 teams with 11 players still standing, and Zyle doing their best to try to get as much kills as possible before, eventually. Actually, there's a chance maybe he'll get the winner chicken dinner. Let's see.
Oh yeah, We do have to see out of these top 4 teams who's going to get the winner of the chicken dinner so far. Zeol slowly pushing forward. DRX is right into the proximity next to that mountain ranges. There's a lot of smokes going around. One small mistake and Alpha Gaming is going to be taken down from Yangon on a different angle. Another one on a different angle. But we do have to see what's going to happen at this point. Zeol is here. You can see him slowly, steadily. Let's see what's going to happen. Zeol, there we go. APG, but he's finally gonna push forward. He's finally gonna go and let's see. Oh, wait a second. Never mind. I was like, okay, let's see what's gonna happen, and he's like, okay, I'm just gonna get out of the car. That's what's gonna happen. But Yangon Galacticos, neither them nor DX is so far gonna look at these guys. DRX, in fact, is gonna look at this guy. There's gonna be a lot more smokes. He still has like a decent number of smokes left. In fact, no smokes. 6 grenade, 2 molotovs, and a single flash grenade.
I was so confused. I was like, oh, he's gonna give this like level 100 brain activity, but yeah, I mean, he's still alive, so whatever he's doing is, working out. And we're looking at KINOTROPE Gaming right now. Mark got picked off really early on, so it's just these 3 now. And unfortunately, they didn't find the eliminations that they need. And YG still up and kicking. They have 3 players in, but nobody is taking this engagement. So you know what they say? The blue zone is like, yep, I'm gonna force you guys to come in. And that circle's unforgiving. It doesn't favor KINOTROPE. It does not favor YG. But whoever will go ahead and reposition themselves first, they're gonna get it. But Zyle, oh my gosh, Zyle says goodbye. And now we're down to 3 teams and 10 players. DRX, YG, and KINOTROPE still up in the running.
Oh, yeah. It's these 3 teams, ladies and gentlemen. 4 man alive for the DRX, 5 eliminations to their name, 5 eliminations for the Yangon as a 3-man unit, and Yangon slowly and steadily pushing forward. But Nia's grenade is actually going to make sure the Yangon Galacticos is going to suffer. A second grenade goes over, and a player, Nia, gets, in fact, the Yangon Galacticos' player gets finished off. That's 2 now remaining for the rest of the party. KINOTROPE, Tam R4, using the sprays, the compound, to try and get those connectivities down upon on the DRX's flare. But the rest of the KINOTROPE, they also want to push forward to the Yangon Galacticos. Romeo boys behind this rock. There's Master Smile in the front lines. The car comes close, finds the player, goes back together towards this team member, but they need to enter the circle. That's the thing. DRX, they have the circle. They have the complete control of this top position of the circle, the northern angle, the western angle, whether it's like the mountain range top or the open area fields. They have the complete control of that. Yangon, they can only like come close with the smokes and the clouds that they're going to disperse upon against the teams. Tamar is also cooking the grenade against the Yangon Galacticos, so those wrong moves that can potentially harm you, you have to be very careful and very precise on what you're going to do, because if you're not careful of this particular location on how you want to push forward and move forward, survive in this area, it's an instant knock and an instant obliteration.
Yeah, and the fact that it's such an open field makes everyone nervous because it's gonna be a bit hard. But Tam R takes a master smile from YG. And now it's just one last play. Romeo boy, Romeo, where art thou? And he gets 1 knock. And that's a whole standoff in Indy. And he actually managed to wipe out KINOTROPE. YG, Romeo boy, the last player standing on their team. Oh my gosh, but did not stand a chance from all 4 players from DRX. Whoa, is that 18 eliminations? That's absolutely insane. DRX, winner, chicken dinner. Lots of points coming in to this team.
Oh yeah, lots of eliminations coming to this team. DRX just amazingly getting all those eliminations for themselves. But yes, there's a lot more factors that are going around that after this, where BIGETRON is going to reside. DRX, they were in the top 4, top 5 placement. With this winner of a chicken dinner, they're going to be super close to the Yangon Galacticos, and the chances are they might actually overtake them. if they're not careful, if Yangon is not like really careful of all the chances, all the opportunities that they had at this point, it's not gonna work anymore. You have to make sure that from this point onward, whatever you are doing, whichever action that you're taking against the players, it's in your favor. You're losing the players, you need to get at least 4 to 5 eliminations after that first initial elimination to your name. That's how you're gonna survive.
Absolutely, and I'm really nervous actually for BTR in the overall rankings. I mean, the RX, I believe they were already sitting at number 2, but there was like maybe perhaps around 20 points gap between the two. And well, we saw a while ago DRX did get a lot of points, so there's a possibility maybe they're just like almost catching up, or maybe there's like a whole overthrowing of the top 1 point. But that's something that we'll be seeing later on. And definitely for those watching BTR, we all know that BIGETRON will have to step up later on in the next few maps to come. Yep, there we have it. DRX is still at number 2. BTR hasn't gotten overtaken yet, so that's okay. And they have 8 eliminations and damage dealt 1,362. Distance traveled 33.8 kilometers and 24 throws used. Individual stats coming in: 3 for QXZZZ, Nia with 3, Big Mama with 2, Big Papa with 0. But taking a look at the damage, 501 for QXZZZ, 329 for Nia, Big Mama with 398, Big Papa with 134. I believe Big Papa got picked off quite early, and so that's why the stats look like that. But yeah, congratulations once again for DRX climbing. I mean, they were top 2, but then they're gonna be contesting for that number 1 later on.
The number 1 contestation, that's the one thing that everybody has to be careful of on what they're going to do. But we have the match summary, ladies and gentlemen. 58 elimination, 9 grenade eliminations, 2 airdrops, 8,314 is the healing, with vehicle elimination going to the number of 0 this time around. We did see the vehicle elimination almost happening, but the player was like, okay, nope, I'm not going to do that. 4 Thrives IQ. He has the longest elimination distance with 308 meters of that damage and the elimination done to his name.
And the MVP of the match will be East from Alpha Gaming with 4 eliminations, 885 however damage, longest elimination of 19, and survival time of 17 minutes and 7 seconds. And you know what? Alpha Gaming, they had a good run in this game, and well, East alone did 885 damage, and well, that's actually quite amazing. And this is the damage graph. DRX, 8 eliminations, 1,362 damage. And unfortunately, Alpha Gaming does beat them in terms of both eliminations and of damage. Coming in, yeah, young YG will have 7 eliminations and 1,012 damage rather. And you can see the rest of the teams, decent amount of damage as well. So, you know what? It was pretty fun. This was our first Erangel map for day number 2. And of course, not much surprises, but definitely these teams, they've been doing their best.
I mean, yeah, that's the thing. It is the match leaderboard right now, ladies and gentlemen. DRX with 18 total points, getting those elimination numbers. 8 eliminations, 18 total points, 14 for the Alpha Gaming. Yangon with 13, going around. Then R8 with 12, Team Secret with 8, 6 for KINOTROPE, 6 for 4 Thrive, 6 for HORAA, 3 for BLUZZ, 2 for DRS alongside of BTR, but AEROMACY, NS, VPE, EARENA, and A1RG with those donuts with not even a single point to their name. This is not looking good for these guys. Straight up going right now into this proximity, so they have to be really precise into the next matches, because we are officially done with the halfway point. We're officially done with the PMTG Nepal Pro season number 2's half complete games. Yeah, 9 out of 18 games are concluded, ladies and gentlemen. Overall leaderboard, it is BTR 85, DRX with this winner chicken dinner 83, 68 for the Alpha Gaming, Team Secret 65, 58 for AST, HORAA 57, 57 for the YANGON, 55 for EARENA, DRS with 47 alongside of DK 40 points. BLUZZ 40 for Thrice, 40, 39 for A1 RG, R8 37, 34 for KINOTROPE, Vampire 31, and 20 for NONGSHIM's REDFORCE.
And this is where it gets interesting because DRX is 2 points shy from contesting that ranked number 1 from BTR. And of course, number 3 and number 4, that's APG and Team Secret. They're also 3 points away from each other. So it's going to be 1 versus 2 and then 3 versus 4. So very little gap in points, and it's definitely going to be an interesting next few matches. And then, I mean, day number 2, we're gonna have 3 more matches, and the next one will be a wild card. It will be Sanhok. And if you ask any of the players, they absolutely don't like the chaos that Sanhok brings, but I do, because you know there are a lot of teams would suddenly shine all of a sudden because of all the uncertainties in the map. And of course, we'll be witnessing that later on. But for now, we will be taking a short break. So thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll be back in a few minutes.
The highly anticipated addition to the Mummy series outfits is here. Paired with the new Ice Tomb Glider, the Polar Spectrophage set is just what you need to freeze your enemies. Or send them ablaze with the Inferno Fiend set's new upgradable Chain Inferno Uzi. All the Mummy outfits are back. Get them all. Join now and collect the whole series to turn all eyes on the battleground. Event period, July 10th, 2025 through September 2nd, 2025.
Cybertron's future is near. Autobots, roll out!
Come check out WoW version 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the PUBG Mobile Training Ground and Nepal Pro Season number 2. This was our halfway vantage point in this whole tournament, and now from this point onward, the teams have to think of something new. From this point onward, teams have to choose a different strategy. But with you guys today, again, after even the halfway point, it's me, Torix, and with me, it is still Annie for all of your entertainment, for all of the casting that we're going to do for the rest of the 3 matches today and tomorrow as well. But Annie, Erangel was so good, and now, as you have said, it's going to be a bonus map. It's going to be a very unorthodox map where anything can happen. Sanhok.
Yeah, and with that, I actually don't have any predictions because it can go any way. So there could be a surprise team that would all of a sudden rack up so many points, maybe 20 points or more. Or maybe it'll be like an expected team, or maybe it's just going to be like, I don't know, anything goes basically for Sanhok. And I know the players know this as well. So with that, you know what? Let's just kick back and watch, because Sanhok, it's just going to be a little bit spice for today. It's going to be the wild card, and a lot of things can happen. And if we look at the overall leaderboards, just a while ago, there's a lot of teams that we're kind of worried about because they've been falling off for a few maps. Then, like HORAA, EA, as well as BTR, especially since BTR is about to be overtaken by DRX. And with that, you know what? Let's hope that there's going to be improvement. And for the teams that are doing really well, especially DRX rising up to beat BTR, let's see if they can give that consistency later on.
I mean, the consistency is what's going to matter the most at this point. If you don't have a consistency, it's going to be really difficult for you to accumulate and accommodate some of the decent number of points that you have to get for yourself. But yes, the situation is really good. At least for some of the teams, they did really good in this match. They definitely did a lot of good performance, decent number of performance that we witnessed out. But one thing, Annie, that I am looking right now and to the fact is that all of these gameplays that the teams are doing, that's where the diversity is going to happen. These 3 matches, the next one, it's either going to be very intense, very aggressive, or they're actually going to be a very, very slow map. So because the teams are actually like after the halfway point, they usually tend to go for a safer side approach. But when Miramar is done, now it's time for the Sanhok, the one and only Sanhok that's going to be played up. Yes, the Sanhok might go for the aggressive, but after Sanhok, that's what I mean. That's when the teams are going to go for like a slow pace start.
Yeah, and if we're gonna follow the pattern, however, it's always like a lot of early game engagements on the start of the map. But Sanhok, once again, anything goes. But then again, these teams, we've actually seen how they play out. They love playing it safe, and usually these games drag out to more than the 25-minute mark. So that's something that we're gonna be expecting. For the previous Sanhok map, of course, there were lots of surprises. There were lots of unexpected teams popping up and also falling off as well. So, you know what? So once again, Sanhok, it's something to expect, basically, the unexpected. So with that, I think we're going to be going on to the flight, going into Sanhok later on. And of course, match number 5, match number 6 is going to be like the typical Miramar and Erangel. So for now, we're going to be enjoying our wildcard map. That would be Sanhok later on.
Sanhok it will be, ladies and gentlemen. And in a short while, you will definitely see that how the plane line is going to go, how the trajectory will affect some of the players, some of the teams. But at the same time, it's Sanhok. It's always that one thing you know for sure, you know for a fact that's going to bring out the best of it. And that's early fights. And those are some drop clashes alongside of the third parties and the snaky plays. These 3 to 4 congested factors do come into the play. So we will do have to see what kind of a play style is this going to be. Are we going to see boot camp? Are we going to see paradise being contested? Or it's going to be like no areas, no known areas for that long to be contested upon by the teams? Because if it is, I would really love that. You know, I would really love the fact that there's a lot of places where the teams might not go for those aggressive approaches. Sanhok being on a somewhat safer angle. And slowly, when we see like the stage number 3, stage number 4 occurring, when the aggression starts to happen, then we see the Sanhok being on its very edge, very toe, where everybody's actually shooting at another team, shooting at another player, and absolutely decimating and destroying the lobby.
Yeah, and with Sanhok being such a small map, we're really hoping for all of that or great aggression rather later on, and that will be happening really, really soon. Once again, Sanhok. Well, you know what? We can only dream that everyone will basically just agree to drop in Paradise Resort or something, and then go out all out in there. But of course, we're gonna be seeing them dropping off to their different locations really soon. I believe, I don't know why I remember this, but yesterday there was like a cluster of players coming in around south. I think there was a town above camp. I believe it was Alpha or something. There were early game engagements left and right, and yeah, that's to be expected since we're playing with 16 different teams, and that's 64 whole players trying to find their own
Yeah.
place in a 4x4 map. So you know what? It's absolutely crazy. So you know what? We'll just have to hope that your favorite teams will survive long enough to rack up enough points and maybe even get the winner chicken dinner. And of course, you know what? I'll give like a little bit of consistency for the sides of the teams that are doing really well already. And it looks like that's a pretty map. It's PMGC 2025, the red plane. Gonna come in
yeah.
to Sanhok really close.
That is the 2024 BMGC finish, ladies and gentlemen. A very decent plane whatsoever, but the plane line, it's also very decent. Going from Camp Bravo all the way down, you can see towards the Shami region. Still, Alpha Island, Boot Camp, Paradise, even Cow is accessible. Somewhat, yeah, the Hatin area might not be accessible for the team, so they have to glide and maybe move like cards or something, or even on foot. But yes, aside from that, we have to know where the fights that may occur at this point, how the fights may occur, because Paradise Resort, that I can see a placement where there's definitely a cluster forming up, 2 different teams going around, Vampire and BIGETRON. You can see them close to the area, as well as I think that's Alpha Gaming with A1 RG. Yeah, that's Sinister all alone in Pinon.
Mm-hmm. That's interesting. And Death Storms all the way in the southwestern part as well. I don't know where everyone else is in A1RG. Oh, Flash is right near a DRS. So I think they're just kind of scouting about. It's a very interesting strategy. But over here, it looks like NONGSHIM, REDFORCE, and Vampire Esports landed in the ruins in the same area. And so this is going to be really interesting. But despite that, R8 and YG, they probably met each other as well. APG and A1 Sinister gets shot down, gets finished off, and Saycloud also gets finished off. Wow. And with a snap of your finger, there are 2 players down. And it looks like A1RG actually just dropped with like 3 players. So I was looking for an A1RG player that didn't exist. So it was them, all 3. They're going for the split push, and unfortunately, they lost Sinister along the way.
Oh yeah, they definitely lost Sinister along the way, but Sinister has a tendency of calling out his teammates when these kind of situations happen. So there's definitely going to be more fights that you can expect for sure. Vampire Esports versus NONGSHIM's REDFORCE. So far on our screen, Eldaris just chilling and waiting for the opportunity that can present itself towards this guy, XZY. He's here. with being on the very top of this runic area. Even RG flashes, gets taken down. You can see the Paradise Resort contested. The fight starting to happen as Prestige comes into the play. He gets a knockdown. He doesn't get the finisher done, but YANGON Galacticos, Master Smile from the backline. He's also pushing. Romeo Boy from the clothesline vicinity. He's also pushing. There's Team Secret into the backside as a third party that can they can ensue actually here. That's where the diversity is going to happen, as Prestige right now is a solo player remaining for all of the players, the teams. He's the only hope, and the players, the team, the rest of his players actually, they got finished off. So it's all up to Prestige with this two grenade in hand. It's up to him to mark that victory for the team, but NONGSHIM's REDFORCE, you can see them finally pushing forward against Vampire. Vampire also retaliating back. It's a back and forth going around. The grenade is gonna go, but no, Prestige, your grenade is gonna bounce off back to your location from the backside. There's another one coming around. Vampire Esports, in the midst of all of this chaos, 3 different angle fights, they're the first one to be left alone, leave alone from this lobby. Then we have R8, been also taken out of the game for elimination to the YANGON, but 3 men still alive. Mernet Boy gets taken down. It's 2 now. Master Smile and Romeo Boy.
Oh my gosh, YANGON Galacticos didn't even get the chance to get a breather when Team Secret's gonna come in, close in, and sweep the floor, get those stray engagement. Oh my gosh, Romeo Boy did not stand a chance with the 4-man push. The Team Secret waltzed in on them and go ahead and get all those eliminations in the bag. And so with that, we're watching the leaderboards, and as it looks like they managed to revive everyone, and now they are up on the leaderboards with 4 points, and they still have their 4-man team. And so Team Secret also there manages to get 3. BLUZZ up there with Tamang all alone, although they are a 4-man team. I think there's like some sort of scouting that's happened for your team. And Force Lives is not doing anything about it just yet. You're trying to get more information and, you know, waiting for the right moment to strike. All the Wild Tribe AEROMACY is also here. And it looks like they spotted EARENA, and they're getting a lot of points. I mean, that's just 1 elimination on their side for Rig.
I mean, EARENA, things are not looking good for you. You have to step up. You still have 0 elimination in this game and already lost one of your players. Talking about the DRS so far, 2 eliminations to these guys' name and close to the proximity of NONGSHIM's REDFORCE. Okay, Vinny is in the compound. 2 of the players of the team, DRS, Cyclone, finally breaking the door, making sure that, okay, the player is inside. The footsteps, the shots, they have heard it. Now it's time to push. Now it's time to go inside. EARENA versus AEROMACY. It's also happening as Yetauta pushes forward, gets a Bini out of the proximity. The backlines, you can see the rest of the teams, they're ready to take that action. They're ready to take that revenge and avenge their own team members. EARENA, I want to see them as well, but Example first. Coming up with those beautiful connections, getting a knockdown and instantly changing it into a confirmation.
DRS walking smugly away with 4 eliminations in the bag as well. And so with that was Sanhok, 6 minutes in and 43 players left after all that chaos. And so, you know what? That circle is just gonna force everyone to go nearby each other. And, you know, it's not so bad with the stage 1. But, yeah, there's still 43 players, 13 teams, still a lot of time to go before, you know, anything serious is gonna happen. And just taking a look at the leaderboards, we did lose YG, we did lose R8, and we did lose VPE. There's still chances for the teams that are still alive and still have a lot of players in their roster. And speaking of which, BLUZZ official, they did find EA, and unfortunately EA is already in so much trouble. They already lost 2 players and they got spotted by BLUZZ as well. It's just, you know what, unfortunate events, a series of unfortunate events for the side of EARENA.
I mean, yeah, it's a series of unfortunate events that's been going on, but I kind of want to see EARENA like trying to retaliate back from this fight. aside from the fact that they're going for a complete safer side approaches. No, I want to see some aggressive stances for them. But even RG, they're the second team, in fact, a fourth team to get eliminated from this match, but without 0 elimination number to their name. No point whatsoever, at least in this match. Now, BTR, Alpha Gaming, DRX now. In fact, against HORAA, that has occurred. Big Mama, Big Papa, both family members are down. Nia and QXZZZ. It's the only these two players that are surviving, and they have to think of something to do, because DRX, the last match of Invitational, last two players that they are.
And well, amazing stats coming in for these players. Oh, Sky HORAA finds Big Mama from DRX. Let's see how that goes for them. It looks like DRX is down to 2 players still, and HORAA, 2 eliminations on their side so far. Let's see if they can find the rest of the players from DRX. Love the camera work from Sleepy over here. Definitely not sleepy anymore after that. Wait a minute. I think I saw friendly fire, but of course, yeah, we're watching BLUZZ official. Wow, Gyro was holding on to like a sliver of health, but in the end, they're gonna get taken out. That goes the same with Walkai as well. I think Axie is gonna skedaddle out of there. The last person standing on their team. Oh no, he's definitely not giving up without a fight. Finds KN, tries to sweep the floor. Finale goes to the car, gives away their location. Sprays coming in, but unfortunately, it's not gonna deal damage. Optimus from BIGETRON by Vitality. They spot a player from DRX once again. Kyurine actually puts the knock on their side. I don't know if it's gonna be elimination, but yeah, they do have 2 right now. So Axie also, unfortunately, the last person standing. Let's see if they'll survive the onslaught that's gonna happen if ever EARENA spots him.
I mean, at this point, with the top 12 remaining, BLUZZ, you have to do something. EARENA is in the proximity, and I think they heard me. I was like, okay, you guys need to go onto the aggressive stances, and that's what they're doing. So far, we're talking about Secret on the hashtag number 4. After the past few matches, the day number 1 and 3 matches that they played into even today, after match number 3, past day 2, it is 44 total elimination with 3 grenade elimination, 8,906 damage, and fraggers per match is 5.25. That's a very big KD ratio to the team. But BLUZZ official finally been taken out by EARENA. That's the second one that they're gonna receive, second elimination that they are going to have. Now, with a lot less teams and a lot more circle into the water, I want to see where the next circle is, and it's still 50% now in the water. Oh my god, not even 50, I'd say 60 to 70%, because there's also a river flowing through between the Hotten area and the main island. No way, you only have like 25 to 35% of the land area for yourself, and you have to make sure that you're not only into a safer angle, but you're also holding down against all of these 11 total teams.
Man, the circle thinks they're funny, but yeah, Team Secret going in with those sprays. Jiggle HORAA running for their lives as well. Let's see how that works out for them. But DRS, Yeta Uta, very low on health, still manages to get Palak from 4 Thrives, gets that finisher as well, and that's another elimination on their side, but it's not over just yet. Team Secret gonna close in on Jiggle HORAA. Jiggle HORAA still alive and kicking, gets a 1 versus 1. Zeros actually falls on their side, but Jiggle HORAA is very low on health. If that grenade finishes them off, yep, it's a downer, and all Trang has to do is basically put it up. You know what? Just end Jiggle HORAA right now, but doesn't seem to be happening. Zeros is a very low on health, so they have to get that revive. Yep. Okay, but they are in the blue zone, so I don't know if they'll make it. But let's just see what happens. HORAA is definitely. I don't know if they can get that revive in the bag, but I don't know if I think that's not gonna happen anymore. It's not gonna be possible. And of course, the RS and 4 Thrives. Looks like 4 Thrives. They are up with 3 people, but and the 2 other players are nowhere to be seen. Okay, I find them now. Noki getting those sprays on. One down on the side of DRS. Killer Whitey very low on health, and Yeta Uta needs that revive.
Oh, he definitely needs that revive as soon as possible. DRS, come on. You can do this. You can get back to the 4-man, take the fight against the 4 Thrives. And IQ right now, I see a grenade in the hand of IQ. Is he going to throw it up onto where the player's example location is not revealed? He's going to take down T24 by surprise. It's a knock, it's a confirmation, and T24 losing his life right there. And then 4 Thrives down to the last 2, Naki and IQ. So it's up to these 2 players to do something, and I can see already Naki in the water for some reason. He's in the water, chilling, just chilling out. Cyclone, he's also slowly, steadily pushing forward. Let's see what's gonna happen for Rallis. On the other hand, you can see him. What's gonna happen, how they are going to approach the situation is the question. As you see, BIGETRON by Vitality so far for Rallis. Taking a peek, shooting down Team Secrets' player, not 1 but 2! Amazing job, and BTR with the 2 elimination to their name now. The rest of the 2 players from the Team Secret, they finally made a retaliation. They did got a knockdown on Kurin, but it's all going to be in a win because I do believe so. Kurin is finally going to get that revive, and Secret is absolutely not going to do anything about it.
Definitely. Was that a horse? That was so poetic for GK, but unfortunately, he's not gonna save him from Team Secret. That's a good shot. I mean, no, not Team Secret. BIGETRON by Vitality. Well, JK, I think that's the end, and that elimination will be going on to the side of Optimus. By the way, BIGETRON by Vitality doing quite well, already up by 4 eliminations, but still, it's not gonna be enough if they want to go ahead and pass DRX. Then again, DRX still in the game, but 0 eliminations. Let's see what's gonna happen between these top 1 and 2 teams. Optimus getting another on their side. Now they're up by 5 eliminations.
I mean, right now it's still top 10. There's still the chance that, okay, anything is possible, but ABG gets eliminated. 2 eliminations that they had, but now they're down to the out of the match. In fact, not even. Cyclone is here, slowly pushing forward to the 4 Thrives. IQ, Naki, these 2 guys. We do have to see what's gonna happen. Who is going to be saved up and who is going to get eliminated? It's a big thing so far. But we have KINOTROPE versus EARENA, and as EARENA gets eliminated, finally from this point onward, at least 1 single individual placement point will be given to the team who gets eliminated.
Absolutely. And so, you know what? Let's just watch out because the 4 Thrives and DRS, they're kind of just in the same area. But despite that, I feel like we've been watching these 2 teams for quite a while now, maybe 5 or 10 minutes already, and they're still not going on engagement. But all the while, some other place in the map, Team Secret versus BTR. Looks like Team Secret will be going down, however, and BTR happily with a full squad still. They just need some revives, but they're sitting on 7 eliminations already. So that's a good comeback. And this is Sanhok, ladies and gentlemen. So they managed to get a lot of points on this map. And so we're looking at Kent right now. They just need to revive a Federalis and they'll be good to go. And so they're back in the game, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh yeah, it is top 7, ladies and gentlemen. DRS, KINOTROPE, BTR, every single one of them has 7-7-7 elimination, but BTR, DRS, the only 2 teams with the full-man squad. KINOTROPE is kind of contesting against Team AEROMACY in terms of the manpower as a trio. HORAA Esports, they have a solo, and 4 Thrives in the midst of all of this has a duo to their arsenal. 18 total players out of 7 total teams. There's solo, there's duos, there's trios, there's squads going around. HORAA Esports, we have our eyes set up on these guys. Sky HORAA not moving, but BTR versus EROMACY. There we go. The fight has occurred. BTR has 2 of their players down, where EROMACY has just 1. So it's a 2-to-1 trade-off going around in the favor of the in fact, EROMACY so far. But I want to see BTR, what they're going to do from this point onward, as they're also throwing the grenades on the Rig side. Rig only has 1 more grenade. That's the only grenade that this guy is going to have. He's going to throw it up. Nobody's going to get any kind of connection. Now, finally, he's going to go forward. In the meanwhile, I do believe so. The players will definitely get that revive. At least one of them. Yes, there we go. One player got the revive. The DBS is getting those connections. The HORAA Esports guy manages to take down KINOTROPE. Tamar, oh my god, damn. R gets knocked down. Rig gets taken down. And EROMACY, Giante, the solo guy. Now it's all up to him. It's all residing up to him, as DRX is also taking the fight in the water. You can see in the minimap, there's a water and there's a Nia in the water as well.
Dude, it's not looking good. Oh, it's a very messy fight. Gante falls. And there's 2 players from BTR over there. Oh my gosh, Korean also gets knocked down. Now it's a Brig versus Optimus. It looks like they're trying to finish off Korean. Yep, it's a 1 versus 1 in this hallway. Oh, that's actually the end of BTR. That's actually quite amazing. Got taken down by AST, but in the end, what's the price that they have to pay? They're down to 2 players, 1 needing that revive, but I think they'll be good to go. DRS, they're in the water, and they're gonna be punished for that. Nia gets a 1. I think XMPL will be next sooner or later. Let's see what happens next, because we're down to 5 teams. DRS, KINOTROPE, HORAA, ASC, and DRX vying for this 4th winner chicken dinner for today.
It's top 4, ladies and gentlemen, and somehow Sky is still alive. How? My main concern is how, in all of this amidst, in all of this open area field, this guy has stayed alive for some reason. I need an answer. I don't need the match to end. I need answers at this point. Even right now, look at that. That grenade went over there. It did a lot of damage. He was on the minuscule HP, but because of the fact that he had that booster on, he survived it. He also survived the second grenade that went over there. EROMACY finally gonna be in the way and take down HORAA Esports out of the equation. Now, with the 4 elimination, KINOTROPE is also here with the 9 elimination, down to the soul. 1 more first hit kit to the guy. Rig is also getting some shots, but now KINOTROPE, there's no hope to save you guys. There's no hope to get that revive done. Okay, finally he actually managed to get another healing done. So now from this point on, it's over. As Rig gets the final nail in the coffin, KINOTROPE gets eliminated. EROMACY, DRX, and looking at the fact, I think EROMACY might just take this lead for themselves. They might just take the winner of a chicken dinner for their name, as they are a duo. They are a 2-man squad. And the situation, the opportunist situation, looks really good for these guys. We don't know for sure what's going to happen unless the fight starts to occur, unless the engagement starts to happen. But Rig so far, once again, going onto the mountaintop, going down. It's a 50-50 water and to the land ratio. So I'm thinking it's about time we will know it into the match, state number 8.
And what EROMACY can do right now, since they have numbers advantage, they have to stick together, and that's exactly what they're doing. They're not giving DRX the opportunity to pick themselves out, you know what, like divide and conquer kind of thing. And Nia is playing the long game, being very patient. That goes the same with Giante and Rig from EROMACY. They're waiting it out. I mean, if you get kicked out of this map, that's already at least 6 points guaranteed on the placement, but still 4 points difference between them and the winner chicken dinner is a very big. So you can see why these guys are waiting it out despite it being quite a while. So I think Nia is going to be forced to move really soon. Yep. Oh my gosh, actually picks off Rig, but in the end still EROMACY wins. Even with that, they do have the numbers advantage, and they won this winner chicken dinner.
Oh yes, It's a winner chicken dinner, ladies and gentlemen, right there. And then an amazing end that we just witnessed.
Yes. Okay, that was a pretty good win for that was a pretty good win for Tribe AEROMACY, and yeah, it was also like a good run for the rest of the teams. And once again, this was a Sanhok. So you know what? It was a good play. It was an unorthodox map, so there were a lot of surprises coming in for this map. So you know what? What I'm really excited to watch later on is probably the overall rankings, because I'm sure BTR finally beat DRX, and they have a lot of points coming in from this map.
I mean, yeah, right now we do have to see what's going to happen at this point and how many points are they going to like have for themselves. At this point, the amount of engagements that the team had, it was good, it was amazing. But still, one thing that we do have to see is how well the overall ranking is going to accumulate because of this. There's Tribe AEROMACY, they were top 3, top 4 with the winner chicken dinner on their like time. It's about time we do see it, how it's gonna affect overall ranking number 3, ladies and gentlemen. 6 eliminations, 16 total points, 1149 is the damage, 14.4 kilometers of the distance, throwable used of 8. With this, Tribe AEROMACY is going to be on the top.
Wow, Tribe AEROMACY finally getting ranked number 3, and with a lot of effort with that too. I think they're in the past few maps they've been really consistent, and they're slowly but surely climbing up their way. And so with that, our chicken dinner winners, these are their individual stats. Rig with 4, Gante with 2, Delta and Trix, they have 0, but I think they got picked off quite early and they didn't make it to the end. It was Gyante and Brig that were kind of like walking around for the rest of the time. So these are their stats: 661 damage coming into Brig, 366 for Gyante, and well, Delta 122. And fortunately, I think Trix got picked off like on the go, like on the run. Maybe they landed with their parachute and then immediately got sent to the lobby, which is quite unfortunate. But yeah, this is the match summary.
Yeah.
59 total eliminations, 3 grenades, airdrops 1, vehicle eliminations 1, 5853 healing done, and 322 meters for the longest eliminations. That's the match summary for our Sanhok map for J number 2.
Oh yeah, this is the match summary, ladies and gentlemen. We did see a decent number of survival time going around. We did see the longest elimination distance to the EARENA's player. That's one thing to be really good of. Even EARENA got like eliminated on hashtag number 7, 8 maybe at that point in time. So having the MVP like longest elimination distance number is a great thing. It does add up a lot to the players. But going into the MVP for the match, it is none other than Example from the DRS's side. And as you can see, as you know, how well this guy has accumulated all of those points for himself. 6 elimination, 910 damage, 68 is the highest longest elimination distance that he's gonna have at 18 minutes of survival time.
Impressive stats for our DRS Example. 6 eliminations. So yeah, this is the damage graph AST with 1149. I think this is KINOTROPE with 9 eliminations and 1802 damage. DRS with 9 eliminations and 1615 and damage. And DRX, I believe this is a 4 eliminations and 394 damage. And yep, this is the match leaderboards. AST 16 total points from this one map. KINOTROPE coming in second with 14 points, DRS with 12, DRX with 10, BTR with 10, HORAA and Team Secret with 7 each. NONGSHIM, REDFORCE, and YANGON Galacticos with 4, EARENA with 3, Alpha Gaming with 2, 40 and R8 with 1, VPE, BLUZZ, and A1 RG unfortunately didn't get any points for this match. But of course, there are 2 more matches for today and a whole day for tomorrow, so there's a lot of chances to catch up.
Oh my god, a BTR at this point, it's amazing. It's amazing. Still 95. Still on the very top. That's huge. That's amazing right here, you know? Staying consistently, even after the day number 1 to the day number 2, almost to being on the edge. Number 1 position, it's a very big boy decision that these guys have done. They have been consistent throughout. DRX 93, 74 for the AEROMACY, 72 for the Team Secret, 70 for the Alpha Gaming, 64 for HORAA, 61 for YANGON, 59 for DRX, 58 for EARENA, KINOTROPE 48, 41 for the 4 Thrives, DK with 40 alongside of BLUZZ, A1 RG having 39, 38 for the R8. Vampire with 31, and last but not the least, it is NONGSHIM's REDFORCE with 24 points.
And we're very nervous because BTR and DRX, it's not over for them on the top of the leaderboards. They are once again only 2 points away from overtaking each other. So there's a lot of tension over there, but of course, top 3 to maybe the bottom of the first page, there's also a lot of things that could potentially happen there. A very volatile overall rankings, and there's a lot of things that can happen, especially since there are 8 more maps to go on this tournament. In fact, we have 2 later on. That would be a Miramar map and also an Erangel to end the day. So, you know what? This is going to be really fun. We see BTR, they've climbed up just a little bit, but DRX will definitely not let them, go, will not let them go so easily. So, we're going to be finding out what's going to happen later. But before that, we will be going on to a short break, so stay tuned.
Look, seems like the pool party's got some fierce-looking guests. The Smog Zombie and Spitter Zombie have been added to WoW. They're not easy to deal with. Don't miss out on this summer showdown. We might need a janitor to come clear up the battleground. Hold on, an old friend from Winter has come to join our party too. How epic! Start creating with these new objects. The creator page now has a co-creation wallet feature, which displays your detailed creation earnings. Stay tuned.
Is the gloves with teddy, the headband, and also the tail. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh my god!
Don't know how to summon a Transformers bot? Watch this video to learn how. To summon a Transformers bot, you first need to obtain a Space Bridge Beacon, the Neon Outpost's core crate, Astro Den's winner's crate, and supply shops are guaranteed ways to obtain a Space Bridge Beacon. There is also a chance to obtain one through other means. Neon Outpost Premium Crate, Search Supply Piles, Space Bridge Entrance, Classic Area Themed Crate. When the sky darkens at 400 seconds into the match, you can equip the Space Bridge Beacon to the throwable slot and use it. Place the beacon before the Space Bridge entrance's time limit in the upper right corner of the map ends. It must be placed on a flat surface. Then, at the end of the countdown, It will summon Optimus Prime, Megatron, Transformers upgrade materials, or a supply crate to your location. Dive into battle with the Transformers and experience never-before-seen combat.
The highly anticipated addition to the Mummy series outfits is here. Paired with the new Ice Tomb Glider, the Polar Spectrophage set is just what you need to freeze your enemies. Or send them ablaze with the Inferno Fiend set's new upgradable Chain Inferno Uzi. All the Mummy outfits are back. Get them all. Join now and collect the whole series to turn all eyes on the battleground. Event period, July 10th, 2025 through September 2nd, 2025.
And we are back to PUBG Mobile Training Ground, and this is day number 2 out of 3. We just witnessed match number 4 in Sanhok with the victory of Tribe AEROMACY, and of course we'll be moving on to match number 5 really soon. And we are still your casters. My name is Annie, and Torix is with me. So Torix, what can you say about this tournament so far?
I mean, Annie, it's been going great. The aggression that we are seeing with the teams, the amount of absolute phenomenal gameplays that they have done with the absolute bonker styles, it's going great. I mean, I love this. I'm not complaining on this, the amount of aggressions. But one thing that I do want to see is the fact that the teams do multiple drop locations, right? So clash drops by multiple teams. 2 teams, 3 teams going straight up head-to-head against each other. That's the kind of gameplay that I really, really want to see tonight, at least in today's matches. But aside from that, yes, the teams have been playing steady and on the aggressive edges. So it's good. It's decent. The next thing is that it's a Miramar. It's a Miramar once again. We are officially into the match number 5. In a short while, ladies and gentlemen, we will be taking the flight. But we do have to see what that, in fact, Miramar is going to like bring us. What the Miramar is actually going to do for the teams and all that. So these minuscule factors on how teams drop, how teams like rotate, play their safe drop locations or take an very aggressive location. That's the four things, in fact, that matters the most. These are the fundamentals that the teams actually need to survive and to take a decent amount of fights.
Definitely. And well, this is Miramar. It's gonna be quite a long map as well. And if we're gonna follow the pattern later on, there are probably gonna be some early game engagements once again later on in Miramar, and then maybe stretch out to maybe a 28 or 29-minute game. And once again, this is match number 5, and this is still day number 2. So you can expect a lot of these teams still have a chance vying for the top 5 if they really put a lot of grit into it, into these last few maps. So day number 2, everyone's still taking it seriously. Maybe day number 3 until match number 4, they'll still take it seriously. And then you'll expect maybe there were some throws at match, 17 and 18, the final 2 matches. But right now, we're going to be expecting everyone to do their best in Miramar. Typical Miramar. Lots of deserts, not much hiding places, lots of rotations, lots of vehicles coming in and out. It's going to be interesting. And, well, it looks like, just taking a look at the map schedule right now, it's gonna be Erangel that's gonna be ending this day. So, you know what? Let's just kick back and watch our very usual, our very classical maps. These Miramar and then Erangel later on.
I mean, there's the Miramar and the Erangel after that. It's only these 2 matches that's going to be played, and everything for the day number 2 is dependent upon this. It depends on this match, on how the team's going to dictate their next momentum for the match number 6, the match number next, Erangel. So, however the Miramar is going to be played, I think we might see the similar pattern in the Erangel as well. But yes, so far 2 days have almost passed up, right? We have almost seen 2 days completely on the edge side. And the one team, BIGETRON, I don't know how they have managed to secure their top position for this long. We saw them, yes, okay, on the very top. We talked about it at the very start that okay, it's only gonna take 1 or 2 matches for them to pass over, and they didn't play that good. Right, they didn't got the chicken dinners. They were not in the top 5s, but somehow with 5, 6, 7 consistent elimination or the total points to their name in the past few matches, they have made sure that even if the gap is really low, the gap is still there. The day number 2 is almost still to their side, to their name. They're still not out of the equation. They're still not overtaken by any team, and they're playing it very, very consecutively throughout the matches, critically joining into the match, making sure every single moment that they're doing, they count. Not joining the Rondo, not counting the Rondo. Rondo was one of the match where they instantly got decimated early on.
And it's really interesting because BTR, they joined this day number 2. At the start of day number 2, at the end of day number 1, they were the top team with about 80 points. There was a comfortable gap between them and number 2. So they could cushion basically the falls that they had for the past few matches. But there were 3 whole matches and that came in where they didn't really do that well, and there was even one point where they had 0 points. They got picked off so early on and still managed to not let DRX overtake them, and then are now sitting, I believe, with 95 points in rank number 1, and DRX has 93 points, just 2 points shy away from being overtaken. And so that's pretty good. There's a lot of perseverance coming in from BIGETRON by Vitality, and it's so great to see them holding on to their rank number 1. But it's not gonna last long. They have to step up and try to get as much points as possible, or eventually they'll get surpassed by some other team. If it's not DRX, it's probably one of the teams in the top 3 below.
I mean, if BTR did not get a winner chicken dinner in this match, we can safely assume that, okay, they will be taken away from the overall ranking, the number one position. So it's going to be a very difficult situation. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're not going to take too much more of your time. We're going to take you straight into our match at number 5, the Miramar. It's Miramar, ladies and gentlemen, and let's see what's going to happen in this one, how the teams are going to play it up, how the drops are going to affect all of the momentums for majority of the players. So far, it is, you can actually see how the teams are going to play it off, plane line wise, laterally all the way to the truck stop, going from western to eastern side, and somewhat bisecting the map down into the very mid. It's good. It's really decent, but at the end of the day, it's one thing that the teams will have to decide if they want to go for the aggressive approaches like Picado, the Los Leones, and Martin. I can already see HORAA Esports trying to go towards the El Pozo side, and nobody's close to them.
Very interesting drop points from these teams. There's a huge cluster just to the west of Los Leones. I think also the yeah, definitely Picado. Oh, we can see in the screen. I think there's another team going against a 4 Thrives. There's a purple team, so that's probably like DRS or something. Or was it BLUZZ? Yep, it's BLUZZ actually. Someone from BLUZZ is on the red, needs that revive as well. So 4 Thrives, still 0 eliminations. They have a 1 team member knocked down, but all the while somewhere out there in the map, NONGSHIM REDFORCE gets a 1 knock as well. So this is going to be interesting because there are 2 different engagements coming in. It looks like 4 Thrives and BLUZZ is like having a bit of a ceasefire. They're just resetting real quickly, and you can see there's still SMGs coming in and not that decent of guns, and I think he just ran out of ammo. So well, they'll have to put away that gun for now. Very running out of ammo. This is the problem with early game engagements. You're so limited with your resources. It's practically like half skill and half luck coming in. So with that, BLUZZ and 4 Thrives. Let's see who wins this. And from the other teams, I think R8 is also in trouble. And EA, I don't know if they found an engagement or they just took fall damage. But BLUZZ definitely, they've already lost 2 players. And 4 Thrives already has those 2 eliminations on their name.
Oh yeah, they definitely do. They have those 2 eliminations to their name without even a single casualty. That's one huge thing. This time, 4 Thrives is doing good. The initialization is good, but the execution is what's going to matter. You initiated the fight. You got the 2 players eliminated, right? Now, it's time to execute it, get it to up to all 4 of them without losing a single one. That's where the execution is gonna matter the most. Voke is in the back with the Thompson. He's low on that HP. You can see one of the players from the team BLUZZ constantly moving from one direction to another. R8 Marth for some reason nading him own self. Okay, that's unique. I'm not gonna say that's bad, but that's unique at this point. But another grenade going on. Voke being taken down alongside of being instantly obliterated. R8S waiting for the opportunity as XZY gets Damar down. Now Prestige with the crossbow. In fact, not the crossbow, with the explosive bow. He's going for the fight. He's done some damage on towards the players. Now face-to-face tough fight. S12K wins it out. And NONGSHIM's REDFORCE making short work of these guys, even though the team R8 managed to secure one of the players with an NONGSHIM REDFORCE. They're not gonna sit idly. They're not gonna let this go. They're definitely gonna go for the revenge. And 8S, odd 8S, it's all up to the single individual player. And NONGSHIM REDFORCE, they can push on.
This guy's name is like S period. But yeah, R8 down to their last player, and they're getting stormed by a whole squad in the ground floor. So not looking good for them, but they're holding out. I think the other team's overthinking, and they definitely do not want to lose any more players on their side. But yeah, NONGSHIM REDFORCE, they're gonna be storming in with 3 players, and yep, takes a lot of damage. Yep, did not stand a chance absolutely by the 3-man push that they're going in. Now, they have nothing to worry about now. It's 8. They got wiped out and they walk away with a 1 elimination. Okay, that's fine, but still, it could have been better. But now we're down to 13 teams actually. There's a BLUZZ that got
Mm-hmm.
eliminated, R8 as well, and I think there's one team that didn't join after all. So, you know what? Let's see what happens now.
We do have to see what's going to happen at this point, from this point onward, in fact, because the top 13 teams, we joined with 15 teams in the match, and already out of those 15 teams, one more number has already not joined into the match. Yet out that so far, he is slowly approaching BTR, the name that is on the very top of the leaderboard. Is right now in face-to-face against Yeta Uta. Yeta Uta using the bolt action, not getting any connection. There we go, no connection whatsoever. Now moving back. This is not the moment. This is not the time to like take that fight aggressively, as it's a BTR. If you get eliminated, they're securing their top position at least for today's matches as well. But ladies and gentlemen, we have NONGSHIM's REDFORCE versus DRS, I do believe. So as NONGSHIM's REDFORCE's Flare, one player gets knocked out, we will have to see who's going to be responsible for that, and it's Killer YT. There's a KINOTROPE against Team Secret. The Springs, they're not going to connect. Wait a second, GK got a connection on him.
Yep, the connection, but unfortunately their prey gets away, and so GK they'll be going back on the reset. Team Secret, however, I think they're gonna be like lounging about in this place for just a little bit longer. It's a good vantage point, but they'll have to keep on moving. They're quite far from the circle. But yeah, DRS Gaming, they're also up here at the elevation. We can see NONGSHIM REDFORCE's Beanie is still up and running. Oh, it looks like KINOTROPE's taking out players from EA as well. And EA is still standing. Yep, they're down by 2 players, but KINOTROPE, they do have 1 player that needs that revive. So KINOTROPE walks away with 2 eliminations on their side. And I think for everyone else, they'll have to start worrying about rotating into the play zone. So that's exactly what's going to happen. DRX over here, 1.5 kilometers away from the safe zone, from the play zone rather, and so that's exactly what they're gonna do. They're not gonna find any more engagements. Unlike KINOTROPE, there's EA at the distance.
Oh, DRS. Now Yeta Uta is down. It's a casualty going around, but Binny, that was a Molotov. Still survived. The player's alive. The grenade's gonna go, and no connection. Oh, come on. Killer YT. It's your time to shine. Throw those grenades onto the player's face, and that's exactly what's gonna happen. A Cyclone grenade made a connection. It's Binny down, and down to the last guy of NONGSHIM's REDFORCE. It is XZY. Super far away into the backlands. You can see him possibly onto the other side of the road. Into the minimap, you can see that he's completely out there into these small compartments that is on the other side of the road. So whatever DRS is doing right now, trying to find out the players, they're not going to find anyone, as the player's not even remotely close. EARENA versus KINOTROPE. That's another fight that's happening into the proximity. NC2, he's here. Binny gets eliminated by the hand of Cyclone. And with this, DRS, that's, I do believe so, second elimination. Yes, second elimination. Third one waiting if NONGSHIM's REDFORCE gets eliminated. But Killer YT, I don't want to make any kind of assumptions. He don't want to push it anywhere without like having a solid evidence of where the players are. Killer YT is gonna have 18 eliminations throughout this whole, I'd say 9, in fact 10 matches that have been played so far. And on top of that, 3,532 damage with 4 assists and average survival of 12 minutes. This guy survived averagely in the 9 matches when 12-minute marker. Joker is here looking straight up on the KINOTROPE's. Tam R gets a knockdown. It's an obliteration confirmation going around. Now EARENA, with this 1 elimination, they're like, okay, we dropped the momentum, we shattered the momentum of KINOTROPE. Now it's time to just get out of here.
And it's quite a mess considering the fact that we haven't even crossed the 10-minute mark and we're already down to 46 players. So this has been fun. NONGSHIM REDFORCE down to one last player with only half their health left. The arena still standing, by the way. They did lose 2 players early on, but they are still up and kicking. But KINOTROPE is lounging about in the ground floor outside of their building. So you know what? NC2 is gonna go ahead and try to get something out of this, and a Joker's also out in the field to try to crawl in and get some eliminations on their side, especially against King Trope. And I think, yep, definitely Team Secret is trying to join in on the fray. They're trying to see if they can get that third party dessert coming in with Kinotrope and EA, but unfortunately everyone's playing safe for now. Even Team Secret, yep, Serious trying to throw some warning shots, but not gonna be connecting.
Not connecting right now. That's the thing. And I mean, whatever you're doing, the amount of eliminations that you're getting, the shots that you're connecting, if it's not making any difference, if it's not like depleting the other person's HP or forcing them to use the first aid kit, you're not doing it right. So you have to know like what you're doing at this point. You have to be very precise on your aggressive stances and everything. But Secret so far closing in on KINOTROPE. You can see them on the other side. There's also EARENA from the different proximity of the Lost Leonis actually pushing on, closing in. We will have to see if that push is actually going to be effective or it's not going to be effective for the players, as there's 2 teams, KINOTROPE, Secret, they're up against each other. There's the Molotovs going around, GK moving back, but Joker, come on! No! You missed out the golden opportunity that you could have had to get those eliminations, and now with this, the sprays that's occurring, it's still not enough, but NC2 from a different angle, finally managing to get a knockdown on KINOTROPE. It's EARENA from a third-party angle coming up, getting those eliminations on the player. Oh, Molotov.
Oh my gosh, GK is still alive even after all that. I think they nerfed Molotovs for some reason because it's just not doing its job. But yeah, the good thing is they're still alive. Oh, Ozizan is gonna be in trouble. Yep, there we go. They get finished off by Jenki, and Ozizan does get finished off. And NC2 and Joker are still alive despite all of that. They're back in the buildings, and they're trying to see if they can get an angle that's good enough. But Xerius finally gets a finale, and that's the finale for KINOTROPE to be saying goodbye as the 13th team. Now we're down to 12 teams and 43 players left in this Miramar map. We're 12 minutes in. We're probably still halfway through the game, maybe just a little less than halfway. But looking at the mini map, it looks like there will be another team coming in. I believe this is Tribe AEROMACY that's about to join in as perhaps the 4th party.
I mean, if they can, that would be amazing. That would be phenomenal. But I really want to see those third party, fourth party fights to occur into the proximity, the fights to like actually engage and everything. I want to see that. But so far, it is, ladies and gentlemen, the 4 thrives that was on our screen a while ago. Now, slowly, steadily, Alpha Gaming, Refus, he's shooting, not getting any connections. There we go. Once again, changing the gun, changing the loadout, and making sure that his position is not over-aggressed upon. But NC2, 1897 with the shotguns. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is another guy that's going on aggressive upon on the players. The grenade going on NC2, but he's still surviving. He's still alive, not over-pushing. There we go. NC2, 2 seconds, 1 second. He's going to throw that grenade. Nobody's going to get hurt. And he just successfully, wasted another grenade.
He successfully wasted another grenade, but those bullets were doing their jobs. SE2 trying to see if they can get any bullets against Team Secret. I think Team Secret's in trouble. There's only one player left that's still up and running. That's actually GK, who is currently, I believe, they're like running into the blue zone. So that's not a good thing to be. Because number one, well, you will survive against EARENA. Rather give the elimination to the play zone rather to EARENA. But still, you're gonna be losing your squad really soon. Frankie goes down. They just have to. Oh well. Play zone does get shrunk, but yeah, basically Jaiki is still alive. I don't know what their plan is, but definitely if they want to stay alive, they'll have to go ahead and cross that blue zone. But Irina will be waiting for him.
I mean, isn't that the whole point for the EARENA at this point? They want to wait out for the opportunity that they can get themselves with those elimination numbers to their name. So far, it is AEROMACY on our screen. Now Secret moving away. GK finally going on the other side of the area. Rig is here, ladies and gentlemen, in the circle in a good position. 21 elimination, 41-74, and now the fight is up against the YANGON Galacticos, the table toppers, versus the number 3 position team.
Absolutely. We're looking at Tribe AEROMACY right now. I mean, 0 eliminations so far, so they haven't found anything like any potential engagement just yet. But I think that's gonna change really soon because BTR is to their west. I think there's another squad in their southwest as well. Actually, there's a lot of squads nearby. So this is stage 4 circle. There's a lot of things going on. Vampire Esports coming in, trying to get those kills as well. HORAA gonna be joining in on the fun, but they're all the way to the north, quite far from everyone else. And DRS is spread out. They have a lot of control over a huge amount of area. So, you know what? We'll just have to wait and see. VPE, let's see how they're faring. It looks like they do have a 1 elimination on their side. And they're scouting the area to see if they can find another. But they'll have to watch their backs because there's a lot of squads in this mini-map.
I mean, yeah, that's the thing. That's the whole point of this area. And even this, particular vicinity, the state number 4, it's kind of on the very, I would say, decent position, or kind of like a very aggressive stance. The teams have to be very careful on what they're going to do, right? The teams have to be very precise from this point onward. The state number 5 is not going to be good for them. The state number 5 is actually going to put a lot of pressure, a lot of difficulties for the players, for the teams. And if they're not wary of their surroundings and their location, it's gonna hurt them. 4 thrives just like that. They get a knockdown on their angle. It's a knockdown going down. APGs, they're also going with some confirmations, getting some eliminations for the teams. You can see 11 total teams still remaining. Vampire almost receiving a lot of casualties, but a good job, well done. Newsy looking at YANGON, and YANGON versus Newsy. Let's see what's going to happen.
Boom. Is that a smoke? I think it's just a smoke, but yep, YG is there at a distance. They'll also have to worry about everyone else in the eastern side of them because it's quite messy. I mean, this is a stage 5 circle, and there's still 37 players standing, and that's 11 teams. And we're not even in placement point territory yet, so there's a lot of bad things that can happen at this rate. But VPE versus YG, they're just trading players after the other. Looks like Lazarus will need to be revived, but on the other hand, YG as well. I think that goes the same with them as well. Yep, actually one after the other, YG is losing their players. I don't know if this is going to be a wipeout. No, not yet. It's not a wipeout just yet. They still have 3 players. One that needs a revive, but they are slowly but surely losing a lot of health. Ooh, Newsy is getting shot at by Alpha Gaming. Potential third party in the bag, but third party, there's a lot of people, so that goes as well. And HORAA is also joining the fight. They were at the northern part, but I think they caught up with everyone else. So this is gonna be really messy. But despite all that, we still have 34 players and 11 teams left.
I mean, Annie, right now, it's so going slow paced, right? finally the Miramar is going actually like the Miramar, where we do usually see it go slow, 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 and it's finally happening. Finally, we're seeing the Miramar going to its exact pace, right? On the slow side. Slowly and steadily, the teams will be forming to each other, close to each other, but that's the thing. As soon as they're gonna do that, the stage is gonna force them to like close up against each other. That's when the whole explosion's gonna occur. That's where the most of the fights are gonna start to occur. As 4Thrives No Fear versus HORAA Esports. In fact, it's happening. 4Thrives, HORAA Esports. Sky HORAA gets knocked down. Example is also been taken down by HORAA Esports as a third party, and all of these fact and figurines that's happening. It's going amazing into the area. So everybody, these 3-4 teams in this mini map, you can see how well they're close to each other. They're absolutely crushing each other and getting as much points as they can possibly can for themselves. 4Thrives is down to the last guy. Vampire, you can see 2 eliminations, but 4-man throwing a grenade onto the faces of the players, but no connections. Vampire, be very careful of what they're gonna do.
Definitely watch your step at this rate or you will be eliminated, and that goes to show. Well, after the other one after the other, we're down to 8 more teams because there were several eliminations just now. And look at BIGETRON by Vitality throwing those grenades, 4T getting eliminated off completely. Unfortunately, BTR still with 2 eliminations only. But the good thing is we have crossed the placement points mark, and one after the other. It looks like YG will be going down as the 7th. Vampire Esports doing quite well. They have 5 eliminations, and I think they might get their 6th sooner or later if they can get, pretty much a DRX. They have that free kill in the bag. That's their 6th point. And Newsy is up in this wall. There's a lot of danger outside, but well, it's a high risk, high reward. This is the fun part. Not fun for the players, but this is gonna be the fun part for everyone watching, because I think there's gonna be a lot of bloodshed, especially since that circle is gonna close in, and there's so many people outside gonna be hit by that blue zone sooner or later.
I mean, right now, 17 players and 6 teams. That's going around. It's absolutely crazy. Staying number 6, and we have not seen this amount of teams going on in this area. In any of the matches, it's been 25 minutes, and the match usually tends to get over with, right? But now we have 6 teams, 15 players into the proximity, into the small of a radius of the circle. BIGETRON Vitality still alive, 4-man squad. Vampire Newsy also getting a lot of damage on him, but Optimus taking down Delta from a different angle, unknowingly helping Vampire Esports right there. Let's see, Lazarus is here on XS. He's here as well. So we do have to know what's going to happen and how we are going to see this revive being occurred. You have to heal. You have to get that revive as soon as possible, because if you don't, it's going to be a very hard-hitting factor.
Yeah, definitely. But I think they got that revive in the bag. BIGETRON by Vitality. Ooh, that was a lot of health lost by Optimus. It was pretty much almost ground zero at that rate. Well, that's a lot of grenades. They have a lot of resources. Kyurine, you better throw that and pretty much say, yep, I'm still here. And we have grenades too, and we want some of those kills. Oh, Optimus actually kicked the bucket just now. They are now out into the lobby. And so BTR down to the 3 players. ASC, that goes the same as well, but unfortunately they couldn't find any kills just yet. VPE, however, after falling off for several maps, they finally found their footing and got 7 points and some from the police reports. Oh, Bumblebee finds VPE, just as I was saying. Vina falls. There's another player, I believe that was Onzen, who's getting shot at, but fortunately they're still alive. Lazarus out in the open. I'm getting nervous for them. Newsy is hiding, however, within the building, so they're a little bit more safe. And yeah, let's just watch. BTR, Delta. Oh my gosh, Tribe, AEROMACY will be joining the fray as well. I mean, 0 eliminations. They're out for blood. They need those points. And so that will be trying for those elimination points. And so That's watch. There's like 4 or 5 different teams congregating in this area.
Oh my god, a vampire going around, no Zeke, falling down, no way. The amount of aggression that he could have pulled off here, close to the area of the players, it would have been nice if he had straight up went for that aggressive stance against DRX's Nia, but he chooses not to. He went back, got together with his team member, now AST. They're also receiving a lot of eliminations, and now as they stole, I do believe so, that was a steal of elimination towards the side. And because of this, that's their first elimination. If they constantly do this, I think they can still manage to squeeze out 3-4 eliminations. But GK, Secretist GK on the top of that compound. He's the solo guy. If and only if AEROMACY manages to get him down, that's an instant another elimination to their name.
One more elimination. Okay, Kyurine with the grenade as well. AST's Delta. I mean, oh my gosh, Kyurine, I believe that was their last grenade. So they definitely will have to like save that a lot. No wonder they were so hesitant to go and throw. I was like, you know what, just throw it, man. And then I saw the stats and then I'm like, wait, I get it now. But yeah, I think they're going to be storming in. It's a little risky and they are out of bounds from that circle. So they have to tread carefully. But still, 11 players all southward of the circle, and none of them are going into the play zone. So this is gonna be interesting. And Lazarus, they all have anti-feeds right now. Oh, JK gets taken down by No Fear from HORAA, and that's the end of TS. Now we're down to our last 5 teams. Ooh, gosh, No Fear HORAA is still alive, the last person standing for RG Esports. Vampire Esports still standing, DRX still standing, BTR still standing, AST with 1 elimination finally, still alive.
I mean, I kind of love this kind of aggression. There we go, Newsy, finally putting the end to Nia's destruction right here on the hashtag number 5. They get eliminated. Now, Vampire, duo, HORAA, solo, BTR, a trio, and AEROMACY with a trio as well. But these 2 teams, AEROMACY and BIGETRON, they're right next to each other. Look at the cycle, Annie. All the northern place is completely vacant, right? All of the teams, on the other hand, they're at the south side, just completely submerged against each other. They're clustered. 1 movement, 1 wrong placement, 1 wrong foot, even on the enemy's territory. That means you're getting eliminated at this point.
Absolutely. So, you know what? Let's just watch. 4 teams left and 9 players remaining. No Fear is definitely fearing for their lives. And the best prospects right now would be either BTR or AST, each having 3 players. HORAA, there's a chance, maybe, if they hold out until like there's only 1 left, or like one other team left, and you know what? Everyone else will get eliminated off. But the biggest like chance of the winner in chicken dinner would be probably going to BTR or AST. VPE, they had a good run. They finally have 8 eliminations to their side, and Lazarus is still up in the running alongside Newsy as well. And they're being antsy all the way in the open field, so they're kind of just waiting for something to happen. But all the while, everyone else is playing it safe. Yep, no HORAA throws it grenade. Oh, wow! Wow, that was crazy. He actually hits Lazarus and knocks him down. Let's see if the second grenade will do any. Ooh, almost Newsy, almost got knocked down. HORAA.
It's over.
Wow. That's so
Nice.
cool. No way. It's actually HORAA versus BTR right now.
Oh yeah, it is HORAA versus BTR, and BTR is about to secure a winner in a chicken dinner, ladies and gentlemen. Because of this match, they're gonna reign supreme onto the very top of the leaderboard once again. But 10 seconds, ladies and gentlemen, before the next circle stage comes up, before even that, BTR finally puts the nail on the coffin, and it's over. It's a winner with a chicken dinner for the BTR. 4, maybe 5 eliminations, but the chicken dinner, the 10 points of the winner with a chicken dinner, that's going to help the most for all of these players. At this point, the amount of survival that they secured, the thing that we talked about, that the BTR really needs a winner chicken dinner in this match, they finally heed that call. they took that winner chicken dinner. And with this, now I can safely deduce that even after the match number 6, nobody's going to be taken over the BTR.
Yeah, I'm really excited for that because they actually managed to rack up so many points from that Miramar map. So BTR, they probably
Yeah.
heard everyone cheering them on. The first few maps today in day number 2, they kind of fell off. Even sometimes, not getting any points. But now they're coming back up. They're climbing back up, reclaiming their place in the top 1 on the overall ranking. So I'm really excited to see how far they have gotten, because I think DRX also got like a pretty decent amount of points, but I don't know where the gap is right now. But for everyone else, I think HORAA Esports did really well as well, and Vampire Esports finally got a lot of points on this map, and some placement points as well. So with that, I'm actually really excited to see what the statistics will look like, especially for these teams. This is Miramar, our last Miramar map for day number 2. There's only one map left before day
Erangel,
number
no?
3, so they have to, make the most out of it.
Oh yeah, it's Erangel now from this point onward, the one and only default map for the teams to play. And okay, I said DRS needed the chicken. Now I said HORAA needed a chicken. Let's see if this prediction is going to come true. If HORAA is going to be able to secure the winner chicken here in this match. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is the BIGETRON by Vitality. Overall, hashtag number 1. You can see them now going into the individual stats. 3 elimination, Bumblebee, 474 damage. 3 eliminations, Kurin with 406 damage. 1 elimination to Ryzy, but 582 damage. Who hurt this guy? Who stole his kills? Who stole his elimination? That's my question. But Optimus has also 206 damage with no elimination whatsoever. So there's still the facts and figurines of 0 elimination, the decent amount of damage. It's there. Going into the match summary, 56 eliminations, 6 grenade eliminations. Okay. 5 airdrops, 0 vehicles, and 9,269 healing, with REDFORCE coming as the longest elimination distant player, 309.
Beautiful stats coming in, and you can see the healing done is at 9,269. That's probably where all the damage went for BTR. So much damage, but not enough eliminations to show for it. So with that, you know what? The survivability is there, the damage is there. It was a pretty interesting match to watch, although it took a while for it to end. And yep, this is the damage graph. BTR but got a 7 eliminations and 1,668 damage. HORAA coming in with 8, just 1 more from BTR, and they have just a little less damage with 1,625. And I believe this is Vampire Esports with 8 eliminations and 1,492 damage. Team Secret, 6 elimination, 1,130, and so on. And our MVP of the match will be from HORAA Esports. That's No Fear 911. Total eliminations of 6. Total damage of 926. Longest elim of 203 meters. All of the stats are impressive. Damage, almost 1,000. Longest elim, that's a huge snipe coming in. So, you know what? HORAA, Torx is rooting for you, so you better do well.
I mean, I love this. I love the fact that even though HORAA was not able to secure the winner chicken dinner, they still managed to get that MVP for themselves at the very least. BTR now with 17 total points, 7 eliminations. The previous one, HORAA Esports with 8 elimination, 14 total points, 13 for the Vampire, 8 for the Team Secret. There's 4 thrives with 8 points, 7 out of which are the elimination, 7 for the DRX. And going into the overall leaderboard, ladies and gentlemen, DRS, DRX. The names, BTR in fact, not DRS, BTR and DRX, both finally taken that triple digit points for themselves. 102, 112 for the BTR, DRX with 100, 80 for Secret, 79 for AEROMACY, 78 for HORAA, 71 for APG. There's 63 for EA, YANGON with 62 alongside of DRS. So at KINOTROPE 50, 49 for 4 thrives, Vampire 40, 40 for the DK, BLUZZ. R8 has 39 alongside of A1 RG, and NONGSHIM with 27.
It looks like A1RG didn't join the previous match, and DK didn't join day number 2 at all. NONGSHIM didn't join day number 1, so that's basically what happened within the teams. Miss some fights, and you'll be missing out on points as well. But I'm really happy to see BTR finally putting a 12-point gap away from DRX. And of course, for DRX, for getting a lot of consistency in and managing to put 20 points gap away from Team Secret on the third place, which has 80 points. Now, this is where it's interesting. 3 to 5, it's only a 2-point difference between Team Secret, AST, and HORAA. So this is gonna be interesting. There are 7 maps left to go in this tournament, and well, there's still a lot of things that can happen. BTR so far, they managed to keep their number 1 ranking for 5 matches in a row today. Although they fell off a little bit, they still hung on. So it's pretty impressive, Zorix.
It definitely is pretty impressive, getting the number 1 on the day number 1, securing that number 1 position for the whole of the day number 2. It's great for the BTR, but right now, ladies and gentlemen, before heading into the match number 6, the last match of the day, we're going for a short break. Do not go anywhere. Stay here, stay with us. Make sure you hit that like button and the subscribe button as well, and we will see you after the short break.
Autobots, roll out! This planet reeks of weakness. Your courage reignites my spark. We'll crowd a new load of Cybertron. Roll for freedom. A victory for all sentient beings.
Come check out WoW version 3.9 during this blistering summer. But watch out so you don't get blasted by ink. The new Ink Blaster fires ink in multiple different colors. Like other firearms, it deals damage, but it also splatters anything it hits with ink. Look at how much fun they're having. Look, seems like the pool party's got some fierce-looking guests. The Smog Zombie and Spitter Zombie have been added to WoW. They're not easy to deal with. Don't miss out on this summer showdown. We might need a janitor to come clear up the battleground. Hold on, an old friend from Winter has come to join our party too. How epic! Start creating with these new objects. The creator page now has a co-creation wallet feature, which displays your detailed creation earnings. Stay tuned.
Is the gloves with teddy, the headband, and also the tail. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6.
Don't know how to summon a Transformers bot? Watch this video to learn how to summon a Transformers bot. You first need to obtain a Space Bridge Beacon, the Neon Outposts Core Crate, Astro Den's Winners Crate, and supply shops are guaranteed ways to obtain a Space Bridge Beacon. There's also a chance to obtain one through other means. Neon Outpost Premium Crate. Search supply piles. Space
I'm hearing you.
My bad, ladies and gentlemen. My bad,
Yeah,
ladies and
I'm
gentlemen.
here.
It happens. It happens. I'm guilty. I'm guilty of this. I'm guilty of this for multiple occasions. But, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the PMTG Training Ground Nepal Pro. We are here to conclude our very final match of the day. That is the Erangel, the one and only resetting map. But on the desk, it was me, joined by Annie, none other than Annie. But yes, Annie, I was saying that final match, if all of the teams are joining, 16, 17 teams, that kind of will put a lot of pressure on the aggressive stances because they just had a very slow-paced game.
Yes, absolutely. Well, this is the last match. But on the other hand, these teams, they've been playing really seriously for the past 5 maps in this day number 2. So I'm gonna expect maybe it's gonna be the same energy over here in match number 6 in Erangel. And the fact that it's gonna be Erangel, it's gonna be our default map, so everyone just knows what to do over here. They know all the drop off points, they know the corridors of every building inside of this map. They know like the bridges, where all the lakes are, where all the structures are. You know what, this is interesting because compared to maybe this uncertainties in Sanhok and Rondo, Erangel is basically home for them. So you know what? May the best team win and get as much points as possible, especially for top 3 to top 5. They're only like 1 or 2 points away from each other. So there's a chance where if you just do slightly better than your opponent, you can shoot up like 3 or even maybe 5 ranks up the leaderboard. So very volatile, very interesting overall rankings, and I'm all up for it. This is gonna be their last chance for day number 2, and tomorrow they have 6 more maps, so they have to make the most out of this.
I mean, they have to make it count. No matter how you look at it, there's no time to make the mistakes that they might have done into the previous matches. There is no time to do that anymore. If you make a mistake, you're gonna pay it up really badly. You're gonna pay up for that mistake from that point onward. So Erangel is one of the match where you'll have to make the least mistakes. But ladies and gentlemen, let's go into the match. It's 2023 PMGC playing a finish, not 2024. My bad, I'm wrong again. It's 2023, but going into the playing line, it's Western favored? No way. From Primox all the way up to the Severny region. This is going to be a very insane thing now, as Primox to the Western region, to the hospital, to the Georgia pool. That's a different story.
Yep. And this is gonna be a really fun, it will be a really fun flight path. I mean, on the western side of this line, I mean, there's just so little choices over here. There's Hospital, Georgia Pool, and Jarky, and that's it. And then towards the eastern side, of course, there's still a lot of places, but towards Multi Power Plant and perhaps like all the way up to farm, it might be a little hard to reach. And it looks like Alpha Gaming will be landing once again in South Dakota military base. And everyone else, I mean, there's quite a huge cluster towards Hospital So this is gonna be interesting because we're already seeing on our screen. This is Vampire Esports versus DRS. So fresh into dropping off. So you can expect they're gonna be walking around with like Uzis and lots of SMGs, lots of not very good guns coming in, and they'll have to do their best in order to get all those eliminations and pretty much literally, quite literally, fight to the death because there's only one squad that's gonna come out of this alive, especially for the fact that DRS has already lost to their players. Yetauta and Example already down Cyclone on the red, and Killer YT is hiding for their lives. I think there's like a potential deliver here. Up one versus. Oh, he actually puts Vampire Esports down on the dirt. That's crazy.
Love it.
And yeah, that's actually a full elimination. We're down to 15 teams, I believe.
Oh, we are down to the 15 team, ladies and gentlemen. We have GK, we have Gyro, Sir from BLUZZ fighting now. At this point, GK is finally going to get that elimination to his name. It's a confirmation going around. But Secret at the northern side of the Georgia Pool, Northern City. There's a lot of compounds to cement yourself into, to hide yourself into. So it's definitely going to be a surprise for anyone, for anything to come out, pop up from one window, take you down, to get into another window, take another one down. So be very careful whether you're approaching the situation for yourself or not. But I do believe BLUZZ Esports is down to these last two players. As yes, Team Secret has 2 eliminations. YANGON Galacticos is watching them from the container side. The western side city is being overtaken by EARENA's player. Going to the Pachinki, we see KINOTROPE. School, it is A1 RG. Then Rozok City, we have Rozok with another name towards the area. But so far, this is the only place that can potentially have the fight, and that is BLUZZ versus the Team Secret.
Very interesting. I wonder if something will happen anymore because, of course, Gyro and Wokai, they're already eliminated off. So that just leaves Axie and Tamang for the rest of the map, the rest of Erangel if they ever survive. But this is going to be a little bit hard. Looking at the guns that Axie has alone, it's gonna be hard to go looting around, especially with a Team Secret circling about like vultures. This is gonna be hard to get those resources. So pretty much all BLUZZ can do is kind of like wait it out, see if they can get some pickoffs, and it's gonna be hard, but it's still possible. And for everyone else, it doesn't seem that we're seeing any more other engagements all around the map. So I guess we're going to be sitting this one out until there's an engagement that'll pop up in the kill feed.
I mean, unless we do get a knockdown, the rest of the fight is going to go kind of into the stalemate. Maybe the players are going to find the BLUZZ's player. Maybe the BLUZZ will take 1 or 2 casualties against the Secret as they're kind of desperate to find out where the enemies are. Going into the DRX, QXZZZ, Big Papa, both have different buggies, both have separate buggies. They're moving away. Nia, I'm not sure if this person has a buggy or not, but if it does, he does have a car. He does have a vehicle. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Axie finally throwing a grenade. A Molotov comes into the way, and Axie gets lit up straight with that Molotov. Once again, moving backside. The grenades coming on. Both parties getting some slight damage on them, but not enough. Not enough for that elimination or the confirmations. But we do have to see how this fight is going to initialize and come to a conclusion as a BLUZZ is finally being aggressed upon by Secret. It's 1897 versus the DBS in a hand. BLUZZ, you have to jump down, you have to go to your opponent, your own teammate in fact, and get into the cover. But Axie finally at the very ridge of that first floor. Oh my god, in the middle of air, he gets taken down. It's Tamag, the final hope, the only hope for the team, and the players are rushing upon. That's 2 players of the Team Secret pushing on and getting those eliminations. BLUZZ official out of the match within the blink of an eye.
Well, that was quite an unfortunate end, but I think everyone kind of like expected it, especially since Team Secret has the information. They know there's like 2 other people lounging about, and BLUZZ, they didn't have the resources to defend themselves. But coming in as a third party, potentially, there was another squad. But over here, we're looking at KINOTROPE versus, I believe it was DRX rather. DRX is right there at the distance as well. This is a potential engagement later on, but it looks like KINOTROPE Gaming will be trying to get a better positioning before they try anything. But the fact that they know DRX is over there, I'm pretty sure they'll go ahead and have to try to get those potential kills, potential engagements, potential eliminations, rather. And so with that, Pachinki's gonna be battlefield in a few minutes, but for now, it's just crosshairs out, trying to see if they can get pickoffs before, committing to this engagement.
Oh my god. It's KINOTROPE so far. And Pachinki. And on top of that, the Pachinki's church side finale. Not moving too much, but I do see someone. At the outskirts in the minimap, right? So that's one fight that can possibly occur. Possibly can happen, but I'm not sure if it will happen or not, because the amount of players, the way that these guys are playing kind of safe, it might not be possible. But here we go, NONGSHIM's REDFORCE, both parties versus 4 Thrives, getting each a knockdown onto another. Noki getting XZY finish, and at the same time IQ gets finished, so it's a trade-off on both sides. Now Doc, he's gonna throw the smokes. He wants to get those loots. He wants to loot that crate. And oh my god, at this point in time, I don't think you should be doing that. I genuinely think you should not be doing that, and you should be focusing on locating the other enemy's opponents, on where they are and how you can actually successfully utilize your gun powers to get them taken down.
Absolutely, but I guess they're not really making any bold moves yet. And that stage number 2, Circle, is gonna come in real soon. Oh, it looks like KINOTROPE Gaming will actually go ahead and go the other way completely. So I guess they don't want to go ahead and take that fight with DRX. They're just gonna be prioritizing securing a location within that circle. So I mean, that's their decision. If that's what they're happy with, then I suppose that'll be fine. So all 4 players from KINOTROPE. Oh my gosh, actually, Mark is taking a lot of damage. I think they just ran into BTR just now, and all the while, in some other part of the map, it's YG and EA as well. Oops, it looks like Optimus finished Mark off. It's quite, not too good look. Federales out. Knives out, actually. Ziol spots T24 from 4 Thrives. This is absolutely crazy. REDFORCE needs that revive, however.
Oh, he definitely does need that revive, but oh, there we go. As 3-4 gets down, he also gets a knockdown Ziol as well. APG comes into the play and takes the final player of the 4 Thrives out. With just the 1 elimination to their name, they have been successfully taken care of. Alpha Gaming, that's 3 elimination without even a single casualty. EARENA throwing grenades at the side of YANGON Galacticos. Not getting any connectivity, but NC2, he's the one that's going to be taken down. 456 with the grenades to going into the safe. 456, the grenade connect, and the motivation to throw more grenades to get more engagements, eliminations has finally occurred to this guy once again. But he knows it's going to be a difficult scenario for this person. Another grenade going towards the knockout guy. Mernet Boy, will he get confirmed or not? The answer is no. 456 changing directions. Only 2 more smokes in the hand. One utilized, the other one on its way. The player, Romeo Boy, in the front lines, he's getting some shots. The backstab is also happening as DRX is pushing forward to the YANGON Galacticos, and YANGON is forced to retreat at this area as the players are coming in the monster truck. One player is gonna stop, get that revive maybe, as YANGON Galacticos, come on, can you get that elimination? The answer so far is a no.
Ooh, that's nice. I think YG is in trouble as well. They're slowly climbing up, but unfortunately, it's only Murnat Boy that's gonna be alive. And EA, they're lounging about with 2 players, 1 versus 1. Murnat Boy 456 up in this hill. It looks like with a sliver of health, 456 manages to eliminate Yangon Galacticos out of the picture. So with that, they walk away with just a little bit more. Actually, EA walks away with a 1 elimination in the bag, and they still have the opportunity to go ahead and revive one of their players. So I mean, at what price, for that 1 elimination? But still, a win is a win, so they're gonna be walk away with that. They have time to go ahead and reset, and all the while, we'll be checking out what everyone else is up to in the map.
Yeah, we definitely will be checking it out. So far, it is DRS with 8 eliminations. That's a very big number right there. But Sky HORAA, Jiggle HORAA, together, HORAA Esports, 4-man standing, Annie. It's 12 teams. It's not just 1 or 2 teams. We're talking about 12 minutes have passed, and there's still 12 teams alive into the game, slowly approaching one another, taking those fights, taking those aggressions, and those engagements all together. That's happening. But so far, R8 is not aggressing on the HORAA Esports. In fact, they don't even know if HORAA Esports is actually situated over here. But the fire, that's definitely going to give out your location, ladies and gentlemen. This player location is now finally revealed. The players will definitely come for the HORAA Esports to find out what's going on, what's not going on. So far, it is still 12 teams. And HORAA Esports, oh my god! No way! No way in the fight! That Sleepy Sky both get obliterated.
Yeah, I mean, that's gotta hurt HORAA Esports. I mean, well, just some wrong shots or wrong steps, Oh, the play zone actually eats up Sinister from A1 RG, so that's how they're going for that. Looks like they lost 1 player already. Sky HORAA was in trouble the entire time, and I don't think Jiggle and No Fear could have gotten to them in time. So, No Fear? Definitely no fear as they try and go ahead and shoot against R8 at a distance. Actually, no fear. I believe they're the only one there because Jiggle kind of drove away. Yep, Jiggle is like towards their northwest. So, repositioning. But all the while here, this is going to be interesting because there's R8 lounging about, and there is EPG as well, and as well as EA joining in the fray, and there's BTR too coming in from the western side. So this is gonna be interesting in a Rozok, Zio shooting at Urine, but in the end they do get shot at back. It's a trade between the 2 teams. Sinister completely falling off into the lobby for now, top behind this boulder, and I think this is gonna be interesting since BTR is gonna join the fray, try to get as much kills as possible at this rate.
Yep, that is absolutely true. Right there, look at this. A BIGETRON also getting some casualties, maybe upon these guys. We do have to see how they're going to be able to do that or not. But so far, Nofia HORAA, he's here. Okay. He's alongside of Jiggle, but he's all alone in this gas station. He needs to move inside that circle as soon as possible if he wants to have any chance of survival, or for any of the chances to be able to secure some of the eliminations for himself. But it is APG top versus VTR. That's kind of going into the scenario, but top, you're not able to get those eliminations. You're not able to secure them. But I mean, try again. You're finally going to be able to do that. Maybe not 1, maybe not in 2 sprays, maybe 3 or 4 sprays, but EARENA, solo guy, ladies and gentlemen, and it's over for the player as KINOTROPE gets the elimination. R8 is also pushing on. NONGSHIM's REDFORCE is pushing on the KINOTROPE's players.
Lots of things happening on our screens right now. I saw 3 different squads, and that's not counting the POV player, and yep, one after the other. It looks like KINOTROPE is kind of suffering over there, and it doesn't seem that they really survived at all. So we're down to 8 teams. We're crossing the placement points mark. BTR still alive, getting shot at by Top. Top refuses to get away from that point and stop putting pressure on them, but they'll have to get a move on sooner or later. So Looking at R8 Esports, love their location. I mean, they're up here in the elevation watching everyone else shoot at each other. It's absolutely crazy how they got that car on top of the house. But yeah, basically, BTR getting stormed in by Alpha Gaming. This is their push, this is their chance, but top in the end will be the one to fall. It completely turned against them. APG is the one that fell, and although they're the ones who initiated the push against Bigetron.
I mean, amazing job done by the players. Amazing job by the players at this point, and the amount of engagement that they have done. It's phenomenal. But we're in top 7. We're in top 7, right? And that top 7, it's definitely going to either work for the teams or it's either going to destroy the whole team momentum. But there we go. It's happening. It's going on. And slowly and steadily, with the amount of players that's going on into the engagements, the fights, we do have to see what's going to happen. But all right, it's here. It's AEROMACY. They're here as well. And DRX is in the front lines.
DRS, where are they exactly? And yep, there are definitely like on the top of the leaderboards. That's 9 whole eliminations for DRS alone. And TS coming in second with 6 as well. And well, taking a look at the map, it looks like Tribe AEROMACY, they're gonna be joining the fray, and they still have 0 eliminations, but they do have a full roster, so they're up and ready to get some action in on the game. So with that, taking a look at the map, it looks like it will be favoring NONGSHIM REDFORCE, Team Secret, and DRX, as well as a BTR. Potentially, BTR could gatekeep DRS if ever that happens, and R8, I think they're pretty much gatekeeping Tribe AEROMACY right now. But knowing Tribe AEROMACY, they probably find a way. Oh my gosh, Jelta gets ejected off of the car. R8 doing this work, and I think Trix is gonna be in trouble. Oh gosh. Takes a lot of damage. R8, by the way, doing a really good job. They have a 7 eliminations already on their side. And AST is in trouble. They're probably gonna fall without any eliminations. Oh no, they do get on 1 eliminations in, I think. If the no, they don't get any eliminations. That's a placement point. And so with that, R8 walks away. 9 eliminations. Pretty smug after that engagement. So we're down to 6 teams. DRS, R8, both tied for number 1 with 9 eliminations each. Team Secret with 6, BIGETRON by Vitality with 4, NONGSHIM REDFORCE with 3, and DRX, unfortunately, with 0. But that could change later on, especially with the fact that DRX still has a full roster. And so DRS is kind of a bit in trouble. I think there's only 1 player left for DRS. That's Killer YT over there at the western part of the circle. And DRX, they have 1 elimination already. So let's see what they're going to do right now.
Together. Yes, Annie, absolutely, that's true. With R8 into the play, and slowly and steadily, where Team Secret is also getting some decent number of eliminations, we are seeing DRX getting some decent elimination numbers. They're finally opening that box of Pandora's box for themselves to get those eliminations back and forth. That has been going on throughout the thing. But here we go. Big Papa car elimination coming up. Okay, I'm gonna think this in my mind when I see the summary that there was at least a 1 car elimination, but if it's not there, I'm gonna be super sad about it. But QXGTZ, let's see what he's going to do so far. He's at the corner. The rest of the teams, they're also pushing forward, whereas Secret and NONGSHIM REDFORCE, They are the ones that is going to take the fights. Like NONGSHIM's REDFORCE R8, it's gonna happen on the other side. Secret versus the other team. They're going to get into the engagement. Bini gets a knockdown. It's a Molotov going around. The player changes the car and gets that elimination on Damar. It's over. R8, the top table team in this match with 12 eliminations. They are done and dusted.
Yes, absolutely. And so all that's left is to watch these last of 4 teams, these last of 14 players. So Team Secret full roster. That goes the same with DRX. BTR and NONGSHIM, they both have 3 players, but NONGSHIM REDFORCE is hanging on by a thread. 2 of their players are having a hard time healing up. I don't know if they just don't have the resources or maybe they don't have the opportunity to do such things. But BTR is attempting to gatekeep the circle, but there's nobody there. So they're going to have to go ahead and try to get into the circle, try to position themselves. It's a little bit hard. You can even see Ryzie hiding behind this boulder. I don't know if it's going to work, but they find some moving cars up ahead. I think Ryzie will try and go ahead and snipe that. That's NS actually at the distance. And let's see if they could get those shots in. That's a lot of damage actually, but it's not enough. That damage is not enough to take down NONGSHIM REDFORCE.
That definitely is not enough damage to take down the NONGSHIM REDFORCE, but BIGETRON by Vitality, BTR here, Kuren. Let's see. In the front lines, there's NONGSHIM's player in that single proximity. BTR is actually looking over there, but Secret also can take a look at BTR. BTR is doing that, and slowly and steadily, we are seeing this happen. The fights that occurring here. What's going to happen and who is going to be able to do that? Let's see. DRX, so far, outside. Slowly entering from the northern corner, whereas Team Secret, let's see, the grenade, is it going to connect on the DRX or not?
Will it connect? That's the question. Jaiki has the crosshairs up, spots BTR at a distance. And so Team Secret right now, they are amongst the still alive squads in this game. They have the most amount of eliminations, but that's just 1 point away from NONGSHIM REDFORCE. Oh, looks like Korean gets caught up by Beanie from NS. Optimus, however, finds Beanie as well. Tries to get that revenge shot, but unfortunately, they won't be able to find it. So with that, still 3 players. Korean, I'm not sure. I think they can go ahead and get that revive on Korean, but it's gonna be a little bit risky. Yep, that pretty much happens. Beanie gets shot at. Let's see if that's a finisher. Beanie holding on to dear life. That's like maybe 15 HP left. I don't know. Oh my gosh, one after the other. BTR getting knocked out by NONGSHIM. I think this is gonna be the end. Ryzie, however, still alive. Oh my gosh, that's one. What's one? There's 2 more. There's 2 more. Beanie jumping up. And T1Z1, I believe. Oops. And the end, it's BTR. Although they have a decent amount of points, they do get picked off. Now, this is between NS, TS, and DRX. DRX is still up in the running. TS with 4 members as well. NS is, a little bit on the danger zone.
It's a danger zone. NONGSHIM's REDFORCE versus Team Secret versus DRX. 4 versus 4 versus 3 it is. And Nia pushing forward. The only team that's in the circle is the DRX. NONGSHIM, they have to make their way inside, and as soon as they're going to do that, come out completely into the open, they're definitely going to get a lot of shots. But look at DRX, they're also receiving a lot of casualties around them. The damages that's occurring, the damage that's happening, you can see that happen. TZ is here as well, but come on, TZ, you can do that. You can get those shots, you can get those connectivity. But GK, wait a second, Secret GK is down. TZ is here throwing all the utilities, the smokes that he can possibly think of to make a safe path, safe entry in the circle. Maybe Secret coming from the northern angles. Once again, they're definitely going to rush up on the maybe NONGSHIM's REDFORCE, but before that, they want to get their players revived up as soon as possible. TZ still staying here. The rest of the teams, like Bini, moving forward. The car's kind of stuck. TZ, I don't think you're going to be able to get that car unstuck and move into the proximity of the circle, but DRX, they're constantly throwing the grenades on towards the side of Team Secret. Zarus is going to receive the damage from Bini. It's a knockdown going around. Bini also getting knocked out. The grenades coming in into the way at the third-party angles, but no connectivity whatsoever. DRX is the only team right now without a casualty so far for themselves. Secret with 6 elimination, 1 player knocked down. NONGSHIM REDFORCE going forward, getting some eliminations, but oh my god, was that a knife? No, that was not a knife. That was an S12K. Straight up going on to the barrels of the players. They're getting those eliminations. And now, slowly and steadily, we're into the top 2, ladies and gentlemen. It is a 4 versus 2 scenario. Team Secret, 8 eliminations. DRX with 4 eliminations. It's either going to be a 12 elimination winner chicken dinner, or we're going to see a 6 elimination winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, absolutely. And the fact that DRX walked in like 2 minutes ago with 0 eliminations, that's crazy! TS, however, gets... Oh, I'm not sure if TS got the winner chicken dinner. We'll have to see it later on in the stats. Congratulations to the team that won the final winner chicken dinner for tonight. This has been Erangel, and this has been match 6. Overall, this is match 12, and once again, this is day number 2. So, after this, these teams will only have 6 chances left tomorrow. So what I'm really excited about is that overall leaderboards, because we started with BTR on the top number 1 a while ago. And so whether or not that's changed or whether or not they have been consistent with that, that's something we'll be finding out really soon. And after that, let's see how the other teams are doing, especially DRX, who is in top number 2 now. And of course, our favorite teams. We have 18 teams in the running, so let's see how they're doing right now. But before that, I think we'll be looking at the stats for this game. So, you know what? Pretty fun game. It's Erangel. It's the usual. So everyone was just getting as much points as possible that they can before moving on to day number 3.
Oh, yeah. Day number 3 is going to be the final day of the action for all of these players, right? Now, with this kind of an aggression, we do have to see what kind of a force was the team, a DRX, that everybody reckoned with. Overall number 2, 6 elimination, 1009 damage, 60.1 kilometers of the distance, and throwables used of 45. This team got 16 points in this match and managed to squeeze out the number 2 placement for themselves into the overall ranking. These are the 4 players, ladies and gentlemen, but the summaries, the MVPs are going to be different, and I just want to see somebody. I know 1 car elimination is there, but is there more? I'm excited about that.
You're excited about the vehicle eliminations. But same though, I want to see the stats later on. Absolutely. So DRX being overall ranked number 2 means that PTR probably still hangs on to top number 1. Yep, this is the team stats coming in for DRX. That's 3 eliminations for Nia. QXZZZ with 1, Big Mama with 1, and Big Papa with 1. That is a happy family of 6 eliminations in total. Nia gets 477 damage dealt. QXZZZ with 250. Big Mama with 155. Big Papa with 127. Pretty clean stats, and that's only 1 vehicle elimination, Torix.
Just a single one, and I saw that with my own eyes. Okay, I'm happy about this. I'm happy about this. We finally get to see the car eliminations. But Cyclone is going to be the longest distance elimination player that managed to squeeze that out. 331 meters. 3 airdrops was looted in this match. 7 grenade eliminations with a total of 57 eliminations going for the MVP of the match. It is GK, 5 to 762 damage. That's the ratio. 5 eliminations, that should have been 500 damage, but 762, that justifies that. Okay, this is the amount of elimination that he's gonna have. 61 meter is the longest elimination that he actually manages to squeeze out, so not a lot. DBS in the mid range. I think that's about it. 24.36. 24 minutes and 36 seconds is the survival time for this guy.
Yep, and this is the damage graph coming in. DRX getting 6 eliminations and 1,009 damage. On the other hand, I believe this is NONGSHIM REDFORCE, 10 eliminations and 1,969 damage. Team Secret with 8 eliminations, 1,672, and everyone else does have a decent amount of damage. And the fact is that the DRX really joined in on the late game really late, so it was like 25 minutes into the game, DRX still had 0 eliminations, but in the end they walked away with 6 because they did win that winner chicken dinner. They got that eliminations for themselves, but that just translated to less damage with their eliminations as well.
I mean, yeah, that is absolutely true. Going into the match leaderboard, 16 to 15 to 14. That's accounting. 16, 15, 14. DRX, NONGSHIM, REDFORCE, and Team Secret. R8, 12. 11 for DRS, 8 for BTR, 5 for APG, 2 for Vampire, via YANGON, GALACTICOS 2, 1 for AST, KINOTROPE, EARENA, 4 Thrives, HORAA, BLUZZ, and A1RG gets none of the match points this time around. 16 out of 16 teams done. Day number 2, match leaderboard is done and dusted. Now we're waiting for the final ranking, the overall. And there we go. Still BTR on the very top. I love this. I love this fact that BTR is staying at the very top of the leaderboard. DRX is there with 116, 94 for the Secret, 80 for the EROMACY, 78 for HORAA, 76 for APG, 73 for DRS, 64 for EARENA, YANGON, 51 on the second page. That's 13 points of a difference. KINOTROPE, R8, 50 for 4 Thrives, 46 for Vampire, 42 for NONGSHIM, DK with 40 alongside of BLUZZ, and A1RG, 39.
Beautiful stats. And the fact is, BTR had a 12-point lead from DRX on match number 5. So now DRX is slowly closing the distance, and that's to be understandable too. Look at DRX with the double Erangel winner chicken dinner. They ate that up, and it's absolutely amazing. And of course, AST has a Miramar and a Sanhok rather on their side, but the fact is BTR managed to defend their number 1 spot for this whole day is absolutely amazing. Although they almost got overtaken by almost like 1 or 2 points at one point, they still managed to stand their ground, and that's just amazing. So the question is now, will they keep that consistency until day number 3?
I mean, keeping the consistency is the way to go. At this point, that's the way to go. You have day number 1 for yourself. You had the day number 2 for yourself, BTR. Now it's time to keep the same momentum onto the day number 3. Get the day number 3 for yourself. But DRX, I have to give it to them. 2 winner chicken dinners in a single day. That's a good start for these guys as well. A good initiation. And with the number 2 placement that they have for themselves at this point, the chances are looking really good for tomorrow's matches, even for the DRX. But it all matters, Annie. Tomorrow is going to be the day where majority of the teams are going to try to hold down their forts, the number 1 position, and the bottom line teams, they will be the one going straight up haywire for that aggressive stances to try and take away the placements for some of the teams, some of the players. As you do know, tomorrow, the 6 matches after the Rondo, after the Erangel, the Miramar, the Sanhok, it's going to be all over. We're going to have our champions for the PMTG Nepal Pro Season number 2. But it's all over for today. And the 6 matches that were played, it was amazing. It was a great fun. Even here, thank you for joining me, Annie. Thank you, all of you, all the viewers, for joining us onto the stream. We will see you tomorrow with the same time, same action. And if you have any kind of feedback to give us, make sure you do follow us on our socials as well. It is Torix_1 for me. And Annie, I'm going to give it to you and take it away.
I'm so sorry. I passed on the muted mic curse to me. But yeah, I do have my socials on Facebook, Annie Yafe, as well as Instagram. So do give us a follow. And yeah, thank you so much for joining us for day number 2 on the PUBG Mobile Training Ground. And so with that, we'll be seeing you on day number 3, the most exciting day, the most pressure day. And of course, for now, we'll be concluding day number 2. So thank you so much for tuning in, and we will see you tomorrow. But for now, goodbye.